next. Look at yourself with hate like you're worse than all the rest. But just cause you hesitate doesn't make you any less. You may be broken, you think that you have strayed too far, but your scars don't define who you are. And the world may turn away, but it's because you're bright as the stars. Your chosen path. Look at yourself with spite like you always come up last. But just cause you have to fight doesn't mean you've been surpassed. You may be broken, you think that you have strayed too far, but your scars don't define who you are. And the world may turn away, but it's because you're bright as the stars. You may have fun, you fear you'll never reach the bar, but it's cause you're looking from afar. Even when you're miles away, you'll always shine as bright as the stars.
parties. You love me. And I love you too.
you like, even though there's nothing wrong with it. They knock you down just for spite and break your courage for the fun of it. There's not much more you can take. You think you're gonna start to lose your mind, but there's just too much at stake. So getting back at them is wasting time. Just to give up, and that all your efforts are a waste. They tell you it's not enough, they'll scoff at you and then spit in your face. The pressure just won't let off, and nobody wants to see you win. But you refuse to back off, you keep on pushing, never giving in.
Hi, chat. Hi, chat. Hey, guys. Oh, I'm too large again. Hold on. Let me adjust myself. Oh, so I could explain. You guys have any of you ever played Pokemon Scarlet and or Violet? Excuse me. Have any of you guys ever played Pokemon Scarlet Violet, perchance? Do you know of? Hold on. Oh, they can't hear you. I'm willing to bet. Yeah, no, I fucking knew it. Hold on. Let me get it to. Let me get it to. Hold on. I gotta. It's wanting to fight me. Okay, they should be able to hear you now.
All right.
Okay, there we go. Have you guys ever played? If any of you guys have ever played Pokemon Scarlet or Violet, then you know about the sandwich making system, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where you can in the game you make certain sandwiches and they will give you certain like effects and stuff. Well, I have taken some of those recipes and recreated them in real life, and oh man, they are delicious, right? So
Did you create the recipe that makes you shit your bowels out? Is that what you're telling me?
apparently so. Them jalapenos, man.
Oh my god.
Look, it's called the Master Ham Sandwich, and it's you got your bread of choice. They use like sub bread in the.
I'm just impressed that the guy who's been consistently having bowel issues decided it'd be a good idea to eat jalapenos.
It was worth it.
I was waiting for that.
That's the right answer.
Listen, you take your bread of choice. I chose sourdough. You push some mayo, mustard. They use Herba Mystica, but I found there's certain things you can use to replace it. My choice, they use salty Herba Mystica, so I use specifically pink Himalayan salt. Then you get your ham, you get prosciutto, pickles, and jalapeno slices. Nice. It's a great ass sandwich.
So how much of this is meant to be stalling?
Until my cup of coffee is done.
Of course.
But yeah.
I have stalling tools. I came prepared. This note is like fall.
All right, I'm gonna go grab my cup of coffee.
I don't know if you need this for anything, Soundbox, but here.
Oh, I don't know what you're showing off, and I'm almost scared.
GT Online.
Not yet. Going upstairs. I'll let y'all know, but because I feel like maybe this stream might get interrupted by another moment of my gut going.
Oh shit!
But
yeah,
I think I'm about to be jumped by a jet.
How was the sandwich? It was immaculate. Anyways, I'm gonna go grab my cup of coffee real quick. So give me one moment. Y'all can actually yap with Mars and Shfft now. So yeah, just give me.
I'm
give me like
stoned out of my mind
minute.
right now.
I don't think Shfft is here to talk about FNaF.
It's like the best time to yap with chat. All right, give me a minute.
Well, the thing about it is that all of my stalling tools were things that I needed him here for, so I don't have stalling tools. How you doing, chat? How we feeling? I'm doing all right, internet girl. I'm sorry I didn't answer earlier. I was with family. I just wanted to hop in the chat to make that joke at the beginning about how the stream says 2 p.m. You know it's starting at 3 p.m. Good to hear you're doing good. Tell me if I pronounce this wrong. Marta Dariba? Marta Dariba? Is that it? Is it 2 names or is it 1? Probably click. Oops. I don't want that. Shit. I might have the last name being pronounced wrong, but I'm pretty sure the first name is Marta. So I'll continue with Martha. Chat, what are your thoughts on Secret of the Mimic? I have a fucking essay prepared. You'll figure my thoughts out over the next like 6 hours probably, but I'm curious what you guys think of Secret of the Mimic. FNaF is good. I'll say this. I love FNaF. I have loved it for a very long time. Probably like late 2015. No, like mid 2015 up to now. You know, I've been on and off with FNaF, but I would say overall I love the series. I would not call it a good series personally. It is definitely just kind of okay. Rated a 6 out of 10, internet girl. Understandable. I didn't include a final score in here, but like I think I said in the last stream, like very 5 out of 10 for me. Now, hello.
Hello.
Welcome back.
Yeah. 10 out of 10 is a bold statement.
Yeah.
But 5 out of 10 is also like, damn.
The highest I would rate any single one of the FNaF games is I would give FNaF 4 a 9 out of 10. And it's like bordering on like, do I give it a 9 or do I give it a 10?
I mean, that one's understandable. Anything from the original Click Team era of games is like, yeah, I mean, it's OG, you know? I think the first game and the fourth game are like top tier. But I don't know. If I were to give my 10 out of 10 to just one game, it's got to be number 1. It's the OG. Is the first.
I feel like FNaF 4 was good, and I feel like it obviously set a big precedent for mascot horror and was very influential. But I don't rate my games on how influential they are. I rate them on how good they are, like as a game, regardless of context. And to that, I would give FNaF 1 an 8 out of 10. I think FNaF 4 did almost everything that FNaF 1 did, but a little bit better. So,
I can't say like everything. I mean, yeah, it's we're doing this again. We started talking about other FNaF games.
Yeah. Okay. So I have a structured note here. Do we want to go based off of that?
Sure.
All right. So before we begin, I wanted to ask you a question. What are your plans next for Wednesday streams? Help Wanted, old Click Team games, or fan games? Because if it's
Into
fan
the Pit.
game,
Into
the pit. Oh yeah, that's right.
You can say this is predetermined. I've said this
Yeah.
multiple times.
I forget Into the Pit exists because I like to pretend that it doesn't. Not because it's a bad game, but because it's a book adapted into a game.
Well, yeah, but on the other side of things, it's fucking FNaF World.
It's also
2.
not. It's also not mainline FNaF, so I don't really pay much attention to it. So it's one of the very few FNaF spin-offs, and it's another horror game. And I'm kind of like, whatever.
No. Welcome to the channel, Dragon TV4. I hope you enjoy your stay. I don't know. This is it's I'm mainly curious to see it now, just because I want to be able to see the quality of work that the studio is able to put out for Five Nights at Freddy's games,
Yeah, that's fair.
because of the fact that they're making FNAF World 2. That's
Yeah,
gonna go
that's
crazy.
fair. I will say that I do think it overall is a good game. I just am not thrilled with the concept personally, is all. So that's why I tend to forget it exists. But af- are there plans for after Into the Pit?
Not necessarily. Like that's
Okay.
still something being worked on.
Because I was gonna suggest, have you ever watched or played, or have you ever played or watched someone play Post Shift 2?
I don't think so.
Because I think that would be a fun game for you to play blind. I think I should be here, like, in the call muted in case you get stuck, because it is obtuse. But I actually like Post Shift 2 a little bit. I don't think it's a good game, but I like it.
Hmm.
I think it's interesting personally, but that's up to you. Anyways, transitioning more into the topic, I feel like we should first lay some ground rules. First, there will be no discussion of any level of promiscuity regarding the animatronics, and especially no jokes about how the only thing you need to make Foxy a quote unquote fun time is to add a joystick between his legs. Anyway, I
What?
hope did that really roll past you?
No, I got the joke. I'm just like, okay.
um anyways, I did want to quickly, and this will be the last time we talk about a different FNAF game. I wanted to add a quick addendum to my thoughts on Security Breach. So I have we have discussed you in your first stream, at the end of your first stream, we're kind of discussing, like, this is why Security Breach has to be a prequel, and kind of the issues you had with my ideas for Security Breach, and I wanted to elaborate on why I did them the way that I did them. So first of all, I do agree that Secret of the Mimic should be a prequel. I've never disagreed with that idea. I only ever said it didn't need to be a prequel to the entire franchise, which I stand by still. It definitely could have been a prequel to Security Breach specifically. It could have been a prequel to any FNAF game, basically. There was no way that they did anything with the writing that made me think, okay, that makes sense why they had to go all the way back to the 70s.
Nah, because if they didn't go all the way back to the 70s, then they couldn't have pointlessly rewritten the entire lore.
Yeah, so I stand by it more strongly now, but we'll get into that. And as for my changes for Security Breach, the underlying idea is that a lot of people try to quote unquote fix Security Breach by completely changing its identity and its ideas. And I don't like that for trying to critique a game. There was a direction for Security Breach. You can tell kind of what they wanted to do with it. It's just that they failed because they didn't quite have the organization to do it. I think that, like, obviously a big thing is that I think they obviously wanted to establish Vania as a new villain at the time, and things have kind of changed because of like Help Wanted 2 a little bit, but maybe not because of Security Breach 2's announcement. Who fucking knows? But she's basically non-existent in the game, and I think putting a focus on her would have helped establish her more as a villain. It also, I think, would have aided the horror, not just of Security Breach, but of the entire franchise, to see the animatronics kind of working in their element more than just seeing them as, like, solely antagonists. And I think story-wise, it makes a lot more sense for Gregory to have some sort of interest in freeing the animatronics, simply because he wants to be proactive and he wants to get those upgrades, but he is able. He and Freddy have at least some sort of bond between them, so I think it's kind of like I think it's bad characterization to not like be more flippant about Gregory being an asshole. It feels like they want Gregory to be kind of like a character that you can vibe with, but also at the same time want to make him an asshole. And it's like just commit to one or the other. And I think the better commit would have been making him someone you can identify with. Um, because I just think that would have been more effective for the horror element. You know, Gregory loves these animatronics. He doesn't want to see them like destroyed, but he does want their abilities. So there would be a reason for him to like work with Freddy to get it all figured out and stuff. And it would have added a bit to the gameplay, and like made sense of it a little bit more. But the underlying point of the change is to keep the fundamental upgrade gameplay style that the game already has without like gutting it and redoing it. Because I don't think that that was a bad DNA for the game. I just think that there's a bit of ludonarrative dissonance between like the idea of those upgrades and the universe that we are presented with. And my key with it is to make it scary, is to like add in the horror and make it scary without throwing out everything that was there, because a lot of people try to quote unquote fix Security Breach by just scrapping it and making a different game, which I don't think is really all that necessary. I think there's stuff to salvage there. It just needs a more solid direction to it. That was my whole Security Breach addendum.
Okay. So I want to, this time around, when it comes to Secret of the Mimic stuff, last stream we started with lore talk, and that threw us all over the place.
I'm saving that for the end.
Yeah, I want to start by talking about my experience with the gameplay for Secret of the Mimic. Especially in comparison to Security Breach. So, and this, because this is like one of the main things that, like, when it comes to a Five Nights at Freddy's game, like, especially with the modern era of Five Nights at Freddy's games, the voice crack of the ages, holy shit. The modern era, oh my god. The modern era.
Since you
era
will
of
get
Five Nights
your
at
lore
Freddy's.
topic, I promise you, I have so much to say.
We'll get there. Trust me, that'll be at least half the stream, if not more.
Yeah.
It threw me off. Yeah, no, fuck, forgot what's on.
You were talking about your experience with the gameplay.
I know. I was going down a specific trail, and then I guess I tripped and fell into the back rooms. I forgot what it was on about. Wow, bow down. Let's see. Right, so when it comes to like modern FNaF era, a lot of what I like to, a lot of my experience with the games, like whether or not I actually like them, where I rate them, comes from the gameplay. It's why, like, I guess it's just Five Nights at Freddy's in general. It comes from the gameplay. It's why I think the first couple of games are like, they're so peak, because the gameplay loop is just so. It's so interactive, it's so engaging. Even if the scare factor starts to wane a bit, you get it's a nice sense of challenge. The horror aspect just keeps a lot of the intrigue and, you know, keeps the intensity up. But even if it like wanes down a bit, you still get that tense atmosphere. So I know Secret of the Mimic, if I were to rate its story, I'd say, like, as a little self-contained thing with the Mimic and stuff, it's not bad. It's an interesting concept. In the actual entirety of Five Nights at Freddy's, what the fuck, bro? Like, you just
self-contained, the story alone, I'd give it a 5, maybe a 6 out of 10.
Yeah.
As a whole, with the greater part of the franchise,
it's the whole reason I named the last stream Retroactive Destruction. Because it retroactively decimates the lore of the entire fucking series. But we'll get there. From a gameplay perspective, that was a lot of fun as a game. Like, there were definitely some moments where I'm like, holy shit, this section kind of sucks. But or it has certain moments of like, I don't want to do the section because I'm like scared and I don't know where to go. And the fact that it got me to that point where I'm like, and it's not because I'm scared of the, it's not because I'm scared of losing a lot of progress like I was in the like with Security Breach, where I was just constantly like reluctant to do anything in that game just because I didn't want to lose all of that progress. It was rather a situation of like, it was actually like watching it secondhand. It wasn't. It's not that bad. I've watched other people play it, and it's really like, I remember watching Markiplier play that section, and it was like, this is kind of creepy. Yeah, like, oh, that would be that. I'm sure that would suck to play. I'm now going through it. Yeah, it kind of sucks to play. It is a, like, when you're actually put into it and you're the one in control and you have to be the one to do stuff, it, especially the first time around, that atmosphere does really get to you. I know Arnold's breathing can be a little excessive.
Oh my god. We'll get there. I have like a whole thing.
But I think it's still,
I'm letting you finish.
I still think it's I think it's an interest. It's a neat little addition. Like, it could have been toned down a little bit, but like, it is a neat little addition that does really show like how exhausted and terrified Arnold is in this entire situation. I mean, bro worked a 36-hour shift before this. Literally hasn't slept in who knows how long. Who knows how long it would have been before he went to that shift. Who knows how much sleep he got before that shift, considering how much Fazbear Entertainment wants to throw him around. And he gets there.
Hey, Marta, can you please stop spamming different emote faces? Thank you.
Yeah. What was I? Fuck.
You're talking about Arnold's sleep.
I know, but like, that was kind of like a little side tangent. Basically,
Yeah.
gameplay itself, atmosphere is pretty damn good. I think like it's all, as I've always said, and I can stand by this even stronger now because I've actually played both games through the entirety. I'd say like Secret of the Mimic definitely took like what was good about Security Breach and what was good about Ruin and combined them in a way that was like, it's definitely not the best game, but it's a massive step up from Security Breach. Now,
Yeah.
a step up from Security Breach isn't hard to achieve, all things considered, but, and I think that you can, like, some of the immersion does get broken in certain instances. I think the best example is, like, you know, you hide in one of the lockers and the fucking, like, downstairs in the moon area, and the thing is just waddling around. Nanny waddle away, waddle. But, like, the gameplay aspect itself, like the atmosphere down there, and like, it's like being in that darkness. It is freaky. It's very helpful that the dude literally glows in the dark. That made it a lot easier to stomach that, just because it was very easy to know when the motherfucker was nearby. But like, yeah, the overall, I'd say, I don't know, like, gameplay wise, I can't say it was like a 9 out of 10 or a 10 out of 10. I'm gonna be nice to it. 7.5. I'm too on the fence to say 8. I'm too on the fence to say 7. I say 7.5, and I'm being nice because it's like there are those sections where it's a pain in the ass. But I did have a lot more fun. The fun that I had from it, especially when it comes to like Security Breach, when I would be done with a stream, like the next 2 days, I'd be like, dang, I kind of want to get back on the game, just because I wanted to run around the Pizzaplex more. I just wanted to go look at shit. I wanted to go explore. I wanted to go like ride the fucking rides or some shit.
Store.
Exactly. But then comes the next Wednesday, and I'm sitting there ready for stream, just like opening up the game.
I don't
I'm
want
like,
to play the actual game.
Fuck. Exactly. It's like, oh no, SpongeBob. I just didn't want to do it. Then Secret of the Mimic, it's like, I'm actually looking forward to playing. I'm like, yay, Secret of the Mimic Day. Like, if I'm having a shit day at work, and I'm like, oh, it's Tuesday. I'm gonna get to play Secret of the Mimic tomorrow. Let's go! Like, it's one of those games. It's actually entertaining and fun enough and engaging enough to to want to go back and play it more. How many times do you think you hid in the lockers from the Mimic? I have no idea. I didn't keep track. Probably a lot of times, if I had to guess.
Probably 3 or 4 dozen times, if I had to guess.
And there were many a times, there were a couple of times the Mimic saw me go in and said, "Ah, ha, ha, get your ass back here."
Yeah.
He said, yoink.
So is that all you have on
gameplay perspective? That's I'd say that's about what it. I mean, that's my initial thoughts. I have more to say. I just don't know. You know, if you had other input on that, being a secondhand viewer, I don't know what input you might want to have.
So I want to go ahead and say up front that I'm going to be putting certain numbers down, and know that my numbers are probably a little bit skewed because I play a lot of video games. And I'm going to be putting down, more than one number for Security Breach because I want to rate both its concept and its execution. Because the concept of Security Breach, I think, is had it been executed to, the best degree that it can, minimum 8 out of 10. Minimum.
It definitely could have reached 10 out of 10 standards.
But the actual game we got as a whole, 2 out of 10. So for gameplay, in terms of the concept and the way it's executed and the mechanics in a vacuum for Secret of the Mimic, I'd probably give it a 6. It's not terrible. It's just a little bit uninspired and a little bit samey is all. So your structure actually kind of fucked up my structure a little bit because I was gonna start with the conclusion and then talk about some other stuff, but we'll talk about the gameplay section specifically. So I watched with my eyes the entirety of the first VOD, and by the end of it, I had this overwhelming suspicion that I didn't need to do that by the end. I didn't feel the need to watch the screen because of how repetitive the gameplay loop ended up becoming. There's a few specific mechanics that it utilizes, and it utilizes them over and over again with very little elaboration, and it feels a little mindless to me. But this is also, for anyone in chat, this is coming from the perspective of somebody who has not sat down and played the game. I have only watched the game. Granted, it is in the same place as pretty much every Five Nights at Freddy's game, as I've only extensively played 1 through 4 and also 6. So those are the only FNaF games that I have extensive experience actually playing, rather than viewing. So I am judging pretty much all of the Steel Wool era games on the same curve. So the setting is a part of gameplay to me, and I would say that the setting really didn't enhance the feel of the gameplay at all to me. For anybody who's played Luigi's Mansion 2, the setting of the game felt like if the entirety of the old Clockworks from Luigi's Mansion 2 was expanded into a horror game. And I wouldn't say that the old Clockworks was a weak area in that game. I also wouldn't say it's strong enough for its own entire game either, though. But the whole gameplay of Secret of the Mimic felt very much like do spooky sequence, get to safe room, have conversation with dispatch, get new key, move forward to next spooky section, and repeat. And it really didn't grab me very much because it's like, yes, there's a back and forth to it, but it very rarely sees any iteration. Kind of the only iteration that I remember seeing was like, seeing Chica, and Chica was faster and had the cupcakes around, but like the Moon, I was just sitting there laughing my fucking ass off because he was a bumbling fool and slow as all the other ones. Like nothing about the Moon stuck out to me at all, other than his shoulders. So it felt like the gameplay was kind of repetitive, and the choice of the first person perspective, fine. I get that for a horror game, but when it comes down to telling a story and making a game, I think it's really important that wherever possible, you make your first person, and this is a problem I have with Ruin, make your first person protagonists silent, or at least as close to silent as can reasonably be. And the reason that I say this comes down to immersion. Immersion is fragile, and in a horror game, you want to maintain the sense of immersion as much as possible. So hearing Arnold's constant, incessant, irritating breathing throughout 80% of the fucking game was just completely deleting any form of immersion that I was getting because of this separation. I just wanted him to shut the hell up. It makes sense narratively why he'd be in this state, but that doesn't make it a good choice. I guess is kind of the way that I would like to say it. I
feel like
I get that you want it separates the character a bit too much from the player, in my opinion. And I think even I think I can criticize FNaF 2 a little bit for this, for the breathing under the mask. But that was a little bit less intrusive, because a lot of the time it faded into the background because of how repetitive the sound effect was. But even then, I wouldn't call it a great choice personally. But yeah, I think that the perfect way to shatter the immersion of a first-person player is to have the character, or at least in the sense of a horror game, is to have the character constantly speaking or making noises that the player is not making. I guess it is kind of my way to talk about it. Immersion is really important, and I think that if you're gonna go with first person, you should prioritize silence a little bit, so that way the player can feel a lot more like they are the character they're controlling. I would also say this game had the same issue Security Breach had, where Steelwool doesn't know that less is more when it comes to repeating voice lines. If I have to hear Big Top say "tickets, please" one more fucking time, I'm gonna lose my goddamn mind. Oh my god, it was so annoying. It went on for so long, and people say Security Breach is bad about that shit.
Well,
I would argue it's worse because it's the same fucking line repeated over and over and over and over and over again. And it's so annoying.
Honestly,
oh my god.
I would say it's not that bad. Also hell as hell.
Long time no see.
It's been a minute. I wouldn't say it's I personally wouldn't say that was necessarily the most annoying thing. From my perspective, it's it was just it is what it is, I think it's just kind of there to remind you of that looming threat. You got to get back to your goal at some point, especially if you're gonna go explore.
I get repeating voice lines as a thing. They did it too much is the problem.
Well, I'm saying,
he was repeating it every 2 or 3 seconds, dude.
No, he was not.
He was constantly repeating that shit.
That's some bullshit. I'm calling you out on that.
You might not realize how often it was.
We're talking about Security Breach. We're live right now.
We're talking about Secret of the Mimic, not Security Breach.
Hi.
That's what I meant. That's why I said I don't know what you're talking about. Secret of the Mimic. Oh, I didn't say status. My bad.
Yeah, it might not have come across while playing the game. It might not have been the same, but like as a viewer, he was saying it very frequently. 2 or 3 seconds might be hyperbole, but he was probably saying it like
Might
you know
be.
at no, I might be like I don't know. I
I
didn't
about
time it.
guarantee you
But,
there's
like-
a solid minute between each time. The
Oh
dude would
no,
say,
no, 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 no!
"Tickets,
It is not
please."
that long. It is not that long. It is probably somewhere between 2 to 3 seconds and a minute. It is less than a minute, more than 2 to 3 seconds. I would, if I had to guess based on memory, probably like 5 to 10 seconds between saying it. It was constant, dude.
It was
Like
not
it's
that
not
constant,
you might
'cause I
not
remember-
have you might not have
I
heard it
remember-
as much because you were playing the game and more focused on the gameplay, but as a viewer experience, good god, you would not shut up.
I'm fact checking
um,
now.
And then
I-
I did also still have another paragraph that was my shortest paragraph, was talking about Big Top repeating tickets please over and over again. That was just meant to be like 2 or 3 sentences because it was really annoying. A big issue I have with the gameplay though is like, fuck you for hiding a secret ending behind a new game plus that requires you to replay the entire goddamn game just to get all 3 endings.
Yeah,
And
that
furthermore, it's not
was-
even an
Oh,
ending that's
okay.
worth all that shit. Like, what the hell? It's so dumb. Like, I have a similar criticism about even one of my favorite games. I love Hollow Knight. Hollow Knight is a fucking 10 out of 10 game for me. But they hide not 1, but 2 separate endings behind Pantheon 5 and Absolute Radiance, and that feels a bit excessive to me. Even as somebody who has beaten Pantheon 5 and beaten Absolute Radiance, I feel like hiding 2 pretty major ending variations behind Pantheon 5 was a bit much, especially when they didn't hide something major behind Path of Pain, which was the major platforming gauntlet. You know, the Pantheons are the major combat gauntlet in Hollow Knight, and then Path of Pain is the major platforming gauntlet. But Path of Pain doesn't affect your ending at all, which I think is a completely fair thing to do. You get a cool little thing in the Hunter's Journal for completing Path of Pain, but you don't, and you get a little bit extra lore, but you don't get a whole different ending. And playing the entirety of Secret of the Mimic again, just for like something that could have been like a video cutscene in the game itself. What the fuck? Why? Like,
Yeah, that was definitely annoying.
the point of an ending is you're ultimately trying to tell a story with a conclusion, and I don't like that FNaF is like giving us multiple endings constantly with every release. It's okay to just do one ending every now and again. Like, good god.
I'm just going to kind of throw my 2 cents in with the multiple endings. That, yeah, sure, they're nice and all, but if you have either A, replay the entire game just to get one specific ending, or do like half the game a completely different way just to get an ending, that's a little excessive. Like, if it's like, oh yeah, I just need to change one option towards the end of the game and it's going to take me like 5 minutes, that's fine. But if it's
Yeah.
like half the game or an entire game with the already knowledge that you have, that is a little bit excessive.
I'd argue that like Sister Location, probably the better way to handle it in terms of doing multiple different endings, because it's like, if you get all the way to the end of the game to like night 5, or night 6 or whatever, like you, which I want to mention something quickly in a moment here. You know, and you beat the minigame after you've gotten the quote unquote bad ending, which is, as we know, the actual canon ending. So why would you call it a
Mhm.
bad ending?
To throw people off.
Like you get the canon ending, and then like if you want to go for the quote unquote good ending, which is non-canon, so why would you call it a good ending? You know, all you have to do is beat that minigame to unlock the beat the minigame and invert and go right when you're meant to go left. And you'll get to the secret Anard Knight and get that ending. Which I feel is a good way to handle it. That's a really good way to handle it because you
Yeah,
don't
if it's
have to
something, like,
replay
as
the entire
minor
game
as
again
that,
for it.
That is a good way to do a ending.
Yeah.
But yeah, the aside that I wanted to take is like, if you include sister location, someone brought up the criticism of Security Breach. I think jokingly how it's like 5 Nights at Freddy's. It's not one night at Freddy's. I do have a counterpoint to that. The minimum night count on any FNAF game, if you're counting the sister location custom night, is actually 6 nights. There's not a single FNAF game consisting of only 5 nights. So I don't know, checkmate liberal or something.
I mean, they have to have one way to like kind of wrap things all up. They can't just throw all of the stuff into 5 nights sometimes. They have to extend it by at least one more to make sure that players have a grasp of things.
I disagree.
I mean, the thing is, my current quote unquote criticism, it's more of a joke jab at the series than anything. Like, it's not an actual criticism. Is that it's called 5 Nights at Freddy's, but it's always one night now. You're never actually spending more than 6 hours. It's
They're
stupid.
doing bigger and
I mean, like, think about it this way too: Secret of the Mimic. You don't even have to spend the full 6 hours. The first ending you can get at 4 a.m. You could get the fuck out of there before your entire shift is over.
Yeah. Plus, I would say this, like, I wouldn't really cut slack. Well, I say cut slack. Wouldn't really. They are doing like the bigger and better. Well, I say bigger and better projects. They're doing bigger projects to where trying to find a way to accurately make it the 5 nights would kind of be not.
Well, it's never been.
It'll be
5
very
nights.
difficult.
Oh,
It's never been the 5 nights. That's the joke.
I know, but like with these recent games, specifically with Security Breach and Secret of the Mimic.
Yeah,
If they try
I'm
to pull
saying
it
I
off
don't
in
mind
a
it
5-night
being.
scenario, that would be quite impossible.
I disagree. I think you could have made Security Breach, but like that.
Fair.
And
But it would be
my
hard to
ideas for
do.
Security Breach, people would not like because it would take inspiration from Majora's Mask.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, but yeah, that's all I have to say about the gameplay. Is like it really failed to immerse me, and it had similar voice repeating issues to Security Breach. They still haven't figured that out apparently. And just the overall puzzle gameplay, just it works, but they didn't iterate enough. They didn't didn't make enough challenges that are different from one another.
One of the things that you had been talking about, and something I wanted to mention, is the fact that like that kind of I never really knew how to, like I never really was able to word it well. I'm glad you kind of did without even realizing it. Is the issue of modern mascot horror. Is it very much just feels like, okay, so you go, you get your task, you try to do the task, you avoid a scary threat, you do your task, and then you get a chase sequence, you get back to your safe zone, you get another task, rinse and repeat until the end of the game. And like I
want it to be known.
I did like the gameplay loop for the most part. I enjoyed. I do appreciate certain changes that they did to like change, like especially since Steelwool being originally a VR studio, which is hilarious because side note, the VR port for Secret of the Mimic, from what I've seen, is ass cheeks. But I digress.
Did Steelwool do the port?
Oh yeah, it's been a thing.
It?
It's been a thing, and I've seen all reviews of it so far. I've seen are just calling it like bad, but it's the fact that
coming
like
to start with VR, you would imagine that they'd be doing good on about that. Nope.
Probably because they didn't redesign the game.
nah,
Probably.
that's exactly what it is. But it's like there's certain habits they got into, and then you could see them with Security Breach where it's like, you don't need to do this because this isn't a VR game. This is a VR specific thing that you're trying to do with this game. They still kind of have some of those habits, but they cover it up with some gameplay stuff. For instance, the loading for some of the doors and shit, like sometimes selecting things, it takes a while to actually fully interact with them.
I remember playing Security Breach when it first restarted. To cut you off, it was a laggy mess, and it would
Oh, yeah.
freeze consistently.
Oh,
Granted,
yeah.
I was playing on a laptop at that time.
And then
It was a gaming laptop, so it could handle it, and it still freaking froze.
oh, dude, the game crashed my whole fucking PC at one point.
Yeah,
I
we're,
had
we're
to
not. We're not.
I had to force shut down my PC multiple times
Like,
just to
I'm
try
not-
to get to the exact same spot, and I was like, I'm done.
But like,
I'm not.
my
I'm not
main
here to
point-
sing the praises of Security Breach. I'm just here to point out that the praises people sing of Secret of the Mimic aren't really all that different.
Well, I'm saying it's like when I sing certain praises, the Secret of the Mimic, I'm talking specifically shit like that's like
Yeah.
I don't know, the general performance of the game is a lot better. That is one
Yeah.
thing that's nice about the game.
That's
But
the
I'll
important
get to that in a minute. But like with Security Breach, there was a lot of moments where it's like, oh, you need to interact. Excuse me, you need to interact with this item. You're holding down E for 10 seconds. What the fuck? Like, that's something that you would commonly see in a VR title because you have to actually confirm because the controls for VR are way different. Security Breach, they kept that, and it's like, why am I doing this? Why is it taking so long for me to hold down charging a flashlight? Why is it taking so long for me to hold down the save? Why is it taking so long for me to collect this item? And it just makes it extends everything in the game, like interacting. And it would be one thing if it was more immersive, like there was a reason you had to interact with it like that. But in this situation, it was just hold the button, wait. It sucked. This game, they added that interactivity. Okay, you take your data diver, you stick it in the hole, you twist it, and you wait for it to unlock the door. And then every subsequent time you go into the door, it doesn't take as long to verify your data diver. So you just kind of click, open, and you're good.
I do have a question about that. Could it not have been a security card where you press E on the door and it fucking opens because you just tapped your card as you open the door?
It could have been, but I didn't. My thing is like actually playing the game. I liked the data diver stuff. That did add a certain amount of interactive. Like I like the fact that it added a certain amount of like specific interaction. Like you had to be very proactive with it, like going through areas and stuff. Especially when it's like, okay, you're in an area where the mimic is very likely the mimic would see you. There's certain times where it's like if you mess up, it really adds that like open the door, like one of those moments where it's like. You might be able to just make it, but you have to be the one to get the door to open. It's like please.
But then you deal with a janky detection.
Yeah, it's true. That was my one issue. Is like sometimes it's not letting me do the thing. It's like the hand's not raising, but like flipping every lever and turning every cranking it every single time.
Yeah.
It's like it added that certain level of like interactivity and stuff. Like I know, taking you out, like the breathing kind of took you out of the. Yeah, taking like the breathing kind of took you out of the immersion, but I think actually physically, that's one of the reasons why I'm like it really isn't that bad from a player's perspective. Like there's some of my criticisms from it, just watching it, are like changed a lot. Actually playing it because that added a lot more interactivity. It actually made it so much more like it was a more immersive experience. And certain moments where I was like scared, it wasn't like I'm scared of losing progress. I'm actually kind of scared of the atmosphere, and I'm scared of what's going to happen next. I know what's going to happen. I've seen the gameplay. I've seen the story. I know where this goes. But it is like, oh god, this is spooky. Like the basement section? God, first time playing that? Now, the White Tiger PNG definitely.
Yeah, that took me out of it so much.
That was like welcome to the channel, Sophia. I hope you enjoy your stay. It's like one of those things that like the first few times it was like, oh, spooky. Oh wow. But like after a minute it's like okay. Like after
I saw it the
one or
first
two
time and I
times,
started
like,
fucking cackling, dude.
Yeah, and I remember seeing that like again, it's one of those things where you have to actually be playing the game, because watching it on stream and seeing that, I'm like
I don't know entirely.
But yeah, going back to like
Just about that.
I don't know, the whole thing about like the issue with like the modern mascot horror stuff, and like it suffered from that issue.
I
Like
want it to be
Security
made
Breach,
clear that I have never watched any of the other modern mascot horror games. They don't interest me. I just guessed based on screenshots that I've seen kind of what they probably play like. And I looked at Secret of the Mimic and I was like, I'm pretty sure this is a Poppy Playtime clone. I have no doubt in my mind.
Well, you know
that is
what they
exactly
say.
what this is.
You know what they say about assuming.
They put
That
the
right?
S in Ming.
What?
I believe that's what it is. I don't remember. I don't remember
it
what the
makes an
saying
ass.
was.
It makes an
Makes an
ass out of you
me.
and Ming.
I am so stupid. I have not seen
But I
Digital
think-
Circus in a long time. Cut me
I
a break.
But I think a cursed version of it puts an ass in Ming is so much better now. Thank you for that. I'm going to use that. I'm going to use
Make
that
your
now.
status after your little release
welcome.
thing.
After Sunday, like my status is going to be say it puts an you know what they say about assuming? It puts an ass in Ming. What?
You're welcome for that tiny bit of information.
So
You're welcome for that bit.
So fucking the whole thing with it is it's like it's very fun and interactive, but it is one of those things that it suffers from modern mascot horror, and that's what like second time through just speed running the whole thing pretty much for that second end. Why is the bitrate dying? What the fuck, OBS? Concern.
I don't know. I've been getting that a lot recently whenever I've been doing OBS streams.
It's been happening a lot. It just randomly started.
Do you have any background processes going on?
Typically a decent chunk, but nothing that's really taking up internet. Like I make sure the network's pretty clear, and I'm on my own. Router too. So not even my own router. I'm on Ethernet.
Interesting. I have no idea. Also,
I'm
I
on
decided to just
Ethernet.
do a fair. So while you guys are yapping, I decided to do a little bit of a silly and look at the freaking speed runs of Secret of the Mimic. What the fuck you mean someone completed the parachute ending in fucking 43 seconds?
Oh yeah, there was an entire bug. There was a bug in the game where there's a certain section of I mentioned this during my first stream too. Like I could totally cheese it, but I didn't. There's a section of the
should've.
game where it's like you can get to the a certain spot. There's a trigger check where it's like, oh, if you exited the MCM, it'll like. It's just there's nothing else that happens out there after you enter the facility, so it just automatically trigger checks the for the ending, and that ending is specifically the parachute ending. You can't like it's the only time you return back to that spot. If you go through the first ending at 4 a.m., then you're going back through the if you're going back through the garage and leaving in the van that is provided to you by M1, and then if you go for the secret ending, then you're never leaving the facility in the first place, or you're never leaving the house by the end of it. You're still there. So there's a way to bug through the wall where you can, I think there was a way you could use a locker, because they made it to where you can't jump specifically because jumping caused, instead of learning how to code better, they said jumping causes too many issues in our games. So they took away your ability to use your legs.
To be fair, in a horror game, do you really need to jump?
Yes.
Get over an obstacle.
Why? Why do you need?
obstacles? Parkour. It
mean,
depends on the puzzle.
There's also the
Oh, I
tension
just
of
realized
you have
that
to
was
walk
base
around an
patch. Hold on,
obstacle.
what is patch 2? Patch 2 has no runs.
Yeah, patch 2 got rid of that skip, but it's like in the first.
Patch 1
in the
still
first-
still has it. It's up to 2 minutes 30 seconds as of 5 months ago.
But like the underlying question of do you really need to jump in a horror game is that you can create effective tension by taking away control from the player while also lowering the amount of collision checks that you need to do in order to
I think
bug test everything. So
there's-
it makes a lot more sense than it doesn't.
there's definitely certain areas in the game that I was looking at it and I was like, I could just skip this entire section if Arnold were less of a bitch and could just move. Like if I could
He's
just
just
jump,
a white guy.
I would just
He can't
jump
jump.
it. I would just jump this,
raise
or
my
I would
legs,
climb
a
this, or
actual-
oh my god, the whole fucking basement section is entirely avoidable with the fucking if you just kick the boards out. Like the tape and the board wall blocking the other side. You could see the exit on the other side. I'm like, bro, I would just kick that shit If I'm at work, I'm wearing my steel toe boots. I know I got the leg strength to do this shit. I don't care if I'm exhausted. I got high adrenaline right now. Something's trying to kill me. I'm just gonna slam through this wood, go to the other side, and avoid the entire haunted basement in its entirety.
So, why did the image of just the player character just having like the normal upper half and then the lower half is just like stick legs?
For
Just pop into
real.
my head. It's quite literally like, I can't do anything. I can only walk. Where you have actual people who would probably, in that scenario, be like, I don't give a shit. Kicks the board down.
Pretty much. But yeah, what I was saying is,
Great
there-
tension. I get it.
there was a certain locker that you could like use to no clip up into the ceiling, and then you would walk through a certain area, and it would
The
run a check.
ceiling.
If you run a check through that, or it runs a check if you're in that area, and it's an area that you see towards the end of the game, like the first ending, where you walk through. You're coming back from the whole like admin wing chase and post basement scene. It's right before you could give the data diver up to the
I have
to the system and shit.
so much. to
You
say
see
about
this
that.
merry-go-round area. I think that's I don't think that's the retail showroom. I think that's like the exit area. And if you because like when you leave you go through that area while the whole place is on fire. So if you end up in that area somehow, it'll turn the whole place on fire and will trigger the ending. So people would use a locker, like they found a certain locker you could use to no clip up into the ceiling, walk to that spot, drop down, it would trigger that ending, and then you would leave and complete the game, and it would give you the ending. And so like 30 like sub-minute runs were a thing for a while for Secret of the Minute. It's like it's so much less buggy of a game, but it still had its skips, and they were fucking insane. It's like the skips. Like, oh my goodness, it's like the minute runs for Security Breach, where you just get to the fucking Vanny ending instantly.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Also, I decided to take another look at the leaderboards. There is a subcategory called No Major Skips, and this one's like a little bit more reasonable. Again, parachute ending, hour 3 minutes.
Yeah.
I feel like that's doable.
It took me about 2 hours.
Yeah,
it's
I
definitely
mean, you will
possible.
be 9th on the leaderboard actually
Oh, for
if
real?
you submitted it. Yeah, because 8th place, Awal Kitsune, who I know friends of, has an hour 50-minute run
Actually, let me see what
from a
my,
year ago.
Well, okay. It technically would have been more because I started the run with the like.
You also-
playing-
also
I'm
base
pretty sure you also
match.
paused multiple times
So-
between to go shit.
But
Mm.
let me see.
I recall.
I started the run. Technically. Let's see. It was a new game plus run, and I started it.
I'm
Come
not
on.
sure it would be eligible for the leaderboards. if
Yeah,
you
probably not. It
paused.
had to be
not,
like
but I could just
brand new
start
run
over.
entirely.
I could start over and try it again, but I started. It was about an hour 57 minutes.
I feel like we're getting too
Into
distracted
my-
from the
Oh,
discussion.
I got this. I got this because I want to fact check now. It was an hour 57 minutes into my stream that I started the new run, and then I beat the moon.exe game at. It looks like I got the glitch permissions at an hour later. It took me a whole hour to get through that, and then so I actually started playing the game at 2 minutes and 55 seconds. And then I went through with a few pauses. I beat the game and got the secret ending at 5 hours and 53 minutes. So I guess it was about, with pauses, about 2.5 hours roughly. I could probably get it under 2 if I just go for the parachute ending and just like power through it. But back on topic.
Yeah.
The gameplay being as repetitive as it is, I mean, I can't. That's the other thing, is that it's only repetitive in the overarching sense, where it's like it's the same like modern mascot horror loop, which is like one of the things I always criticized it for, and I still do to this day. Is like it feels a little too modern mascot horror-y in that fact of, again, it's you start off at a save point, you get a task, you go to do this task, you complete a puzzle to get to this task, while avoiding a threat. You do your puzzle, you leave the area, you do a spooky chase scene, you get back to your safe area, get a new task, rinse and repeat. That was like that's like the general overall like modern mascot horror gameplay loop. But I think there was enough variation here and enough use of like the different kinds of stuff in this version of the game that or in this game in this version of that gameplay loop that kept it interesting enough. Like they had enough different variation and challenges to do so. I think some of the puzzles were a little confusing or annoying, but they did kind of provide somewhat safe breaks from having to deal with an actual threat for a bit. Being able to just kind of like, okay, this is an area where all I'm doing is puzzles. All I'm doing is solving this issue, and there's going to be no chance of me getting killed in this area. I can kind of take my time. I can slow down. Whereas there's other moments where it's like, okay, I need to try to get through this. I'm trying to get through this puzzle section. I'm trying to get through this and get this done without fucking dying. I think it does follow that, like, that loop is fairly consistent, and then there's some times where it's like, okay, well, now that you've gone through it a couple times, let's double up, where you kind of avoid a threat while doing a puzzle, then you have a safe zone area to do some sort of a puzzle task thing, then you do another puzzle where you're trying to avoid a threat before a chase sequence, and then you do another non-threat puzzle, then you do this big old chase sequence, stuff like that, and it's like, I don't know. There was enough like actual gameplay loop variation though that helped keep it immersive. So like there were certain things that did kind of repeat, but then there were other things that's like, okay, it introduces a new mechanic or a new thing that's going to be a little more integral to the rest of the game. Or there are certain things that like set up mechanics. Like I do appreciate the use of spring lock suits here. That was a nice little setup, especially setting up the parachute ending where you have to go through down to research and what was it? Research and discovery or something? What was it called?
It doesn't matter. The point exists.
I can't. I want to get my facts right. Whatever. Research and discovery or something, and go down to the FNaF, the FNaF prototype area. It's like that, setting the spring lock stuff up, and then having the spring lock suits in the pizzeria and stuff like as the prototype. That was a neat little like setup moment where it's almost like bringing a lot of like it's bringing a lot of the mechanics that you've come to like get familiar with either through specific sections or throughout small doses throughout the entire game. It all kind of culminates into that ending, which is a nice way to wrap everything up, and that was a cool little game design bit. It's not like Ruin, where they took this mechanic of the cameras luring animatronics, sort of like in FNaF 3, to specific camera areas so that you don't have to deal with them while you're on the cameras, and then only ever introducing that again with Roxy and the fucking Music Men. Like, throughout, pretty much, throughout, like, fucking 4 hours of gameplay. It wasn't even that much on my second time through, because, of course, playing it again to get a different ending, because that's a thing Steelwool likes to make you do.
Oh my god, fucking...
I really hope, Steelwool, if you're somehow listening to this, please do not make me have to replay the entire game from start to finish again for a secret ending. I don't want to do it all again. Let me be able to jump!
If anyone from Steelwool is actually listening, hire me as your writer, please, for the love of fucking God. You need me. You need me.
That sounds egotistical out of context.
Okay.
Yeah, it does, but, you know, I can prove it.
So
I'm ready to prove it.
So it's I don't know, like, I do like how it culminates better throughout the game into something more interesting with the end section, like the actual ending of the game. Setup and payoff is a little more rewarding in this when in comparison to anything Security Breach or Ruin. Hold on, I gotta. Excuse me. And again, like a lot of the gameplay is quite immersive. I'm trying to think where exactly I want to jump to next with the No, remember for the Mimic when you locked yourself in the room? There were a lot of times I had to lock myself in somewhere to get away from the fucking Mimic. It still had its bugs. It still had some of its issues.
But it was playable.
But it was a lot more playable than Security Breach, and it was a lot more fun overall. Gameplay's more immersive and interactive, and that's what really made the experience in comparison to Security Breach. The setting, I know, Mars, you mentioned it earlier. Again, it's one of those. It's same thing. Is one of those things. I think it's similar in the sense to. Oh, Brain, please. It's. I'm losing my train of thought. Don't do this to me now, Brain, please. I think it definitely. So, the setting itself, atmosphere, it does an okay job at like keeping it pretty spooky. The actual just being there, it I feel like it succeeds in. How am I trying to put this? Not uncanny, but a place where if you were there during the day with other people just doing your job, you would think nothing of it. But it's almost kind of liminal. Not entirely, but there's certain sections of the game where you get these long winding hallways that you're going to be spending a decent chunk of time in, and it's it feels almost uneasy feeling it sometimes. And these feel like natural settings you would be in, but because it's there's no one there and there's a looming threat nearby most of the time, there's not many safe zones. And even when there are, you're getting all these creepy atmospheric sounds that make you question whether or not you are actually safe. Sometimes they could be a little distracting more so than anything, but I found that in gameplay, that's the point I was originally going to make. In gameplay, actually playing the game, it was a lot better, and it was more immersive in that moment versus when I'd be watching somebody else play it, and it's wow, this is this element that makes it kind of creepy. And the first time I hear it, I was wow, that's freaky. I like that they added that. And then watching it, it's okay, now it's starting to seem a little repetitive. But actually playing the game, it was it took a lot longer to get to that point. It still got to that point, which is unfortunate and a problem, but it took a lot longer to get to that point actually playing the game. It's funny because this game seems to still sit in a spot of fans who never play Five Nights at Freddy's versus fans who actually play the games. If it used to be with the Click Team era, oh yeah, I love Five Nights at Freddy's games. Never played them though. And the people who actually play them are I fucking hate Five Nights at Freddy's. But especially with what was considered modern Five Nights at Freddy's back then, Sister Location, Pizzeria Simulator, Ultimate Custom Night, that kind of era of FNaF, there were a lot more people that were these new games suck, and then there's a lot of people that never played them. It's I love Five Nights at Freddy's.
I'll agree with them. Those games suck. Fucking Pizzeria Simulator is the worst of the Click Team era FNaF games, and I will not ever budge from that opinion. Pizzeria Simulator fucking sucks, and I hate it.
I have to disagree only because the Tycoon sections are fun. And they're the saving grace in comparison to Sister Location.
Yeah, they're what gives the game a 3 out of 10 instead of a 1.
I think Sister Location ranks lower. But we're not.
I don't like Sister Location, but
let's not get too off topic here. That's another rant. But Secret of the Mimic has almost had the opposite effect from what I've seen. Where it has caused a lot of fans of the series to look at it and go, oh god, this series sucks now, but they've not actually touched the game. Or at least they go, I don't like this one much. But they never actually touched the game. But then the people that actually play through it, they tend to be oh, this actually was a pretty fun game. Now, it's obviously a lot less of a polarizing difference because, again, people that never played Sister Location were Sister Location, yay! But then people that actually played it are I fucking hate Five Nights at Freddy's! So it's it's there was a much more of a like a polar opposite kind of deal. Whereas Secret of the Mimic, people who never played the game is like, I don't really like it, and people that have played the game is like, yeah, it was all right, I liked it. Like it's a much less intensive difference, but it's almost like an opposite difference. I don't know. I really liked again, playing through it for the most part was a lot of fun. I liked the puzzles that they did introduce and like the evolution of it. There were certain moments where it became a little bit of a headache to deal with. I know, like, for instance, the boiler puzzles. Every single time they added some layer of intensity to those ones. Every time you had to do it. So, for instance, the trying to fix the boiler the first time, it's this really simple puzzle. You just got to fix the things. Then the next time, it's you have to fix the boiler, and you have a time limit that's much more detrimental, where you can fail it. You could probably fail it only once, and if you fuck it up again, you're gonna get killed by Big Top. You have a timer that's actually lethal. I think the next time it was, now you have to go find a missing piece to it. It's broken and you have to fix it. Kind of deal, and like it keeps ramping up. I think it really reached its peak during the section with Chica, like the Mimic as Party Time Chica, where you have to go around and find the missing pieces while avoiding Chica altogether, and like making it to where the Mimic doesn't see you, and then fix the boiler and put it together and activate it then to get out of the warehouse. That was a nice culmination of that puzzle. I think once we got to the point where it's like the moon area, where they combined the elements of the basement with the elements of the boiler, that's where it became a fucking pain in the ass. That was a section it took a lot more focus, because I didn't know where the hell to go. You can't see shit. You've got this Mimic-like looming threat. I don't know. I feel like that was one of the sections where they definitely kind of fumbled a little bit on the design.
Can I help elaborate a little bit?
Sure.
On that section. So the section to me is a culmination of all of the problems with the gameplay style that they chose, because they added a bunch of different mechanics to this game that have no synergy. So they'll do like a puzzle. So the way that they've structured it instead is that they'll do a puzzle type, and then they'll repeat that puzzle type in different scenarios. The puzzle itself is really not much harder than it was before. It just has different stakes, or different elements to it. And I think the moon area is the culmination of choosing a bunch of elements that do not gel well with the style of having the roaming characters that can kill you, because you go through the dark with this thing that you have to hold. It's not something that's inherently just part of your character, and you have to like fumble with it in order to actually carry things around, instead of just being able to carry things around properly. Instead of choosing a set of mechanics that are fun and work with the basic free roam style, they've just chosen a bunch of mechanics arbitrarily and tried to force them together, when you need to be more thoughtful when you're doing any sort of game design, where you need to be thinking about, okay, what do we want the gameplay loop to be in essence, and then what mechanics would serve that goal. A lot of the game felt like they were coming up with cool puzzle ideas and just put those in the game, and then tried to iterate on them by raising stakes most of the time, rather than mixing the mechanics up a little bit. For example, the shooter mini games and puzzles and stuff. They changed the skin of them, but rarely did they ever like mix the shooters with solving a puzzle. The puppet show, I thought the puppet show was really freaking cute. It was adorable. I loved it.
I think that was,
but it was just another shooter reskin. It didn't really change anything. When it's like you could have had a section where you have to shoot particular spots in order to block off the animatronic from being able to get at you so you can do something else, you know? You can make things more interesting by utilizing your mechanics more to their fullest potential and by choosing mechanics that actually fit the gameplay style that you want. You want the animatronic to be roaming around as a threat. Okay, well, and you want some sort of puzzle that, you know, advances the game. Okay, well, you know, you have that shooter thing that you came up with. What if you shot specific places on the wall to make it, like, fall down in order for the player to continue? And they have to do that while an animatronic is searching for them. The animatronic is a little bit slow, but, you know, what if you had to, like, or what if you had to shoot down a ceiling in order to create a wall between you and an animatronic in order to survive? They just didn't iterate on their mechanics enough in a way that I felt was particularly interesting. They raised the stakes, but they failed to mix their mechanics properly, and they didn't really choose a good batch of mechanics to try to do this with.
Yeah. That basically said what I was gonna say. It's like it was some of the worst decisions to put them together. Like let's run through the exact mechanics that they decided to take and put together. The boiler puzzle, where you have to, specifically the hardest one, where you have multiple pieces missing. And for reference, this was the section where they had the most pieces missing. In the Chica one, there's 3 pipes missing from fixing the boiler. This one, there's 4 pipes missing. You have to go find 4 different pieces of pipe to put into the boiler and fix it. Then it's the darkness section from the basement, where you have to hold the Star Child thing, the Star Nightlight, and put it in a power source, or like use it as a power source to power that area so you can open the space up for that. Which, by the way, when you're holding an item in the game, like depending on the item, if it's a one-handed item, you can still do some of the stuff with like basic,
Relative
you know,
ease.
functions, pulling levers, activating stuff. When you're holding the Star Child thing, you can't even sprint. You're stuck at your walking pace, which
I don't know why they
like,
didn't just give you a fucking flashlight.
Yeah, that was one of the sections where it's like, can I have a flashlight, please? Like,
Yeah.
I can't.
Like you could have it be
shit.
limited battery. You could have it be limited battery, so you could only get through that area with that flashlight. And if you run out, you're fucked. You fucked
Yeah.
up, buddy.
Like, it's one of those things where
But a
it really
forced
did.
walking, yeah, that is. What the
Yeah, that was definitely the thing, especially because it was one of those things where I had to make sure I tried to time getting away from getting the starry fucking nightlight at the right time to move it to the next section. Then that's the other thing, is that darkness, and like there's no indicator on which you can't tell whether or not you were in the right section. Like, I am so glad I never have to play that section again for another achievement. Like, I got all of my achievements for that, and like if I want to 100% the game, which I might at some point, all I have to do is get back to the pizzeria, because the prototype pizzeria, because I never want to touch that section again. Like, I had no idea. It was absolutely just luck based that I would go into that darkness with the nightlight and end up setting it in the right power source to get the next piece of pipe that I'm missing from the boiler, because I had no idea which one it was. And then the fact that you have this roaming enemy that is like can chase you down, especially if it's a moment where you go and you grab the thing and it sees you and you can't run away with it. If you drop it to try to sprint away, good fucking luck. There's a high chance you're not finding it anywhere. Like, I basically had to take the
There's like
strategy
zero
of, okay,
visibility besides right by the item that you need to put in.
exactly. Like, the only reason I was able to like complete that section with any sort of success is the fact that there would be moments it's like, okay, I don't know where I am in relation to my exit to get back to the I don't know which way to go to get back into the main corridor, like the main area where the boiler is that I'm trying to fix. I don't know where the enemy is. I don't know where the moon is, and I don't want to have to deal with him. So I'm just going to go into the dark area where he isn't, because one of the saving graces of this section is that the moon would always stick around wherever the nightlight is. So you could go into the dark spaces and be okay for the most part. you wouldn't be chased down, most likely, unless he's already seen you. So my strategy would be, okay, I'm going to go into the darkness, I'm going to hug a wall until I get to the end, and hopefully I make it out. And that worked pretty much mostly. But they took, so it's darkness mechanic from the basement, boiler stuff, roaming enemy, no sprinting when holding the main item. Then on top of that, you go down there, you take the Star Child away from the elevator, you're one way of escape. So once you start trying to, you have no way to return
You're essentially
unless
locked
you
in.
give up on it. Once you start it, you have to lock into it. There's no going back. It's like just either finish the section or bail entirely. So you go in, you grab the first piece, you fix the boiler, then go in another place, grab the go in, grab the Star Orphan, come back out, try to find the next area, rinse and repeat until you find L4. Then you have to go back in one more time, grab the Star Orphan, like the little star nightlight, bring it back, deposit your item into the system, then take it out of that power source, put it back in the elevator, and then you can escape. That is such a fucking headache. It's all of the worst. Like it's all. Like, I can't even say the worst, because in contained scenarios, those sections or those things work just fine. I think the the basement stuff, the Starry Nightlights, that works well with how the mechanics work with David and the White Tiger, because that one it's based on darkness. It's specifically based on darkness. The character isn't roaming and will chase you down if you don't know where he is. No, the antagonist knows where you are at all times. The basement's haunted. So as long as you're staying in the light, you're safe. If you're in the dark for too long, that's when it's an issue. So holding that Starry Nightlight kind of deal, not allowing you to sprint, actually saves your ass a couple of times, because there were multiple times where, like, if I was sprinting, I absolutely would have accidentally ran right into the White Tiger and fucking died and had to start that part of the section all over. That would have sucked. But like, so forcing you to walk in that scenario, you're probably going to be walking for most of it anyway, so you don't make that mistake. So that's fine. Going through that that darkness section with an enemy that can only kill you when you're submersed in darkness for too long, that works. It can be a bit of an annoyance to deal with, but on second playthrough, it was like, okay, it was a little bit of a headache, but it was still like, okay, it's a neat little challenge. Let's see how fast I can get through this now. The boiler stuff, that's a nice challenge on its own. The Chica section, it can be a little bit of a headache sometimes because Chica's so much faster, and it's like, okay, I got to be a lot more careful. But once you kind of learn and understand the AI a little bit more, that is like how it works in the game, you learn Chica's patterns and mechanics, and you're able to like run around and get away from her. It becomes a fun little challenge. How fast can I actually get through this section? And it's like, fixing the boiler there and actually getting it to work is a lot more, I don't know, it's a lot less of a pain, and it can actually, it feels less like less of a hassle. And then like roaming enemy sections, they can be a pain in general, especially because sometimes you have to wait on the enemy to leave. That's the other thing too. I think the best part about I think that the only good part about the moon moving so slow in that section is the fact that he couldn't chase you down at the same speed as like M2 in the Prototype Pizzeria or Chica on the roller skates, where they just dart you down instantly and there's no chance that you're getting away. 'Cause like that fucking that shit would have been fucking painful if, like, I think there was a moment I remember that I had been spotted while trying to grab the Star Child or something, or like something, and I managed to get into a locker right in the nick of time, like hide around a corner and get into a locker right before the mimic would have like come around the corner and see me get into the locker and pulled me right back out and just said, "Fuck you." So I like that slowness saved me. It allowed me to stay alive in that section. It allowed me to actually keep playing the game. That was the only saving grace for that. And in turn, it's a double-edged sword because on the opposite end of things, him moving so slow, that whole section is basically a slog fest, and that's one of the reasons it's so annoying. You can't play that section fast. You can play most of the sections of the game pretty fast, like go through it speedy.
Speed and one speed only.
Yup. You are stuck on you're stuck on your slowest speed in that section. You have to be very patient, which is like, okay, just have patience, play through that game, and it's fine. And if it was like, okay, you have to find 2 pieces of boiler or even 3 pieces of boiler piping, that would be fine. But finding all 4 sections and just having to play it at a slow, methodical pace, there's certain moments in the game where you have to slow down, and they do it so much better. The best example I can think of right off the top of my head is the Dolly chase sequence, where Dolly busts out of the boiler, and you were just running for your life from a full sprint ahead to get away. And then, you get into this vent system, and like she can't reach you. You get into this vent system, it closes off, and then you move to the next section, and she busts through. Now she's looking for you, and you have to get to the same area she's headed. So you have to be very stealthy and avoid getting seen by her while she's going through a different but similar path. And so there's a certain kind of like, you have to be patient and wait for her to pass and wait for her to not be looking. But it's a stealth section that's actually very interactive, and it's part of that like chase sequence. It's not just your typical roaming section.
I think
it's a slower paced section, but it's a much more well-paced section, whereas the moon section is just a slog fest, and it's a fucking pain to go through. But it's also it's only required if you're getting the secret ending. It's completely optional to go through. You can just avoid if you're just trying to get like a main ending. If you're just trying to speedrun the game, which I never have to get that secret ending again. I've gotten it. It's shown on stream. There's proof. It's in my save files. It's in my achievements. I could just never touch that ending again. I don't ever have to go to back to that basement again. I've done it once, never again. Like that's the only saving grace.
I would have, if it were me designing the game, I would have maybe swapped Moon and Dolly personally. Put the Moon section earlier because it's a longer section. When you're towards the end in a game like that, forcing the player to slow down for a long period of time, it hurts a lot because the player is so close to the end that they just want to sprint. And I get the idea of slowing them down. So having a more well-paced slowdown section, I think would have been better towards the end. Whereas you put the longer slow section closer towards like the beginning, middle of the game, and it hurts a lot less.
I think
because it's essentially gameplay pacing at that point. It's dictating like how long you're spending on the game, how much you're interacting with it. But when it's a matter of the player being really impatient within that section, I think it really hampers it and it lowers people's opinions of it because they just don't like the section because it slowed them down so much at a point where they don't want to be slowed down that much for that long.
I think with how they designed the moon section, you couldn't be able to put it earlier in the game.
Oh, I'm talking about like broad concepts, not the specific section. I'm like a long stealth section, not the specific mechanics that we see.
The other thing is that I think one of the reasons the dolly chase sequence, like that part of the stealth section works so much better is because it's not that long in the first place. Like having it be super long, I feel like if it was like it's the moon area, but I only had to find 2 pipe sections, like it was just 2 areas I'd have to go through for this, that would have been so much more palatable. It would have actually been like, okay, it didn't overstay its welcome. It's still a bit of a
Well,
headache,
again-
but it also feels like a bit of a challenge that I can get through at a decent pace.
Well,
Where,
again,
like,
I
the
think part of that is where it is in the game.
I guess
I don't.
but,
I think that if you put something longer towards the beginning or towards the middle, it'll be more forgiving because it's towards the middle. It's
I mean,
not.
the only
it's
reason
not
it would be like that is because
hampering
it's not
an
like
ending.
I feel like the only reason it would be like that is because it's not trying to be a culmination of everything you've like all these specific parts of like all these different challenges into one section.
Yeah. Well,
like-
because it's a forced slowdown is the thing because of how they designed it. You know, I'm saying a forced slowdown section that is that long probably shouldn't be towards the end of the game.
Well, the other
It doesn't
thing,
make
too,
sense
is
pacing wise.
It's also almost like it is almost entirely optional. The only time you ever have to do that is if you're trying to get at a specific ending, and even then,
Don't
it's
you need
like,
it for the canon ending, or do you just need it for the?
you only
like,
need it for the
stupid
secret ending.
That's stupid.
That's how you get David's ball. That was
That's
one of the
that's
reasons-
even dumber than
Exactly,
what it
that's-
actually is.
But that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. It's like it's not required for the like canonical ending. Like,
yeah, I still stand by the idea that they probably should have swapped the concepts and made Moon a lot shorter and maybe made Dolly a little bit longer.
I don't think they should have made
Not
no,
a lot,
I
not
think,
as long as Moon, not super long, but a little bit longer.
I don't think they like. I agree that they should have shortened. Moon.
if they wanted to
I
have like a long
disagree.
stealth section is what I'm saying.
I disagree about. Well, I think if they were to do that, just do something different. Like, there's a lot of stealth sections in this. Technically, there's a lot of stealth sections in the fucking in the game. It's just the
Yeah.
fact, like,
Well, I'm just saying if they wanted to have like this specific composition of stealth sections that are of specific lengths, as if they were puzzle pieces. I
get
feel
that,
like
but I feel like extending dollies. No, I would like even if it was later in the game. I disagree, and that's mainly because you're already dealing with Dolly for so long. The moon,
I'm
you're
not
only
even
dealing
saying
with the
later.
moon. You're only dealing with the moon down there. If you go down there at all, you're only dealing with the moon down there, and it's like that's an entirely optional thing that you are deciding to do. You are putting yourself through that. I wanted to get all of the endings on stream, so I knew I had to force myself to do that. Other than that, it's like I didn't have to do that at all. I could have avoided that entirely and been fine with it. A lot of people don't even bother getting the secret ending because it's so much of a pain in the ass. You could just avoid it entirely.
Part of that is mechanics, and I think part of that is also like where it's placed in the game. I think it's a combination of the two. I think even if you extended Dollies, it wouldn't be that bad because mechanically Dollies is fine. The issue is that the moon section is not mechanically fine. It's annoying and finicky, and the forced slowdown that lasts for that long doesn't work at that point in the game because it's late into the game. Whereas the Dolly section is much earlier in the game.
I get that, but my point is that like, you've already been dealing with Dolly for so long that extending that section might start to feel a bit like.
It might.
I
We
know.
don't have a way to know for certain.
Well,
is the
my
thing.
thing is like one of the reasons I'm saying Dolly's section is done so well is because the pacing is done so well. Like the pacing feels a lot better in that section. It's mainly because it feels like Dolly doesn't overstay her welcome. She like the mimic is in that shell for the amount of time that it really necessarily needs to be, and not much longer. And once it abandons that shell in that elevator, they're like, it's done. You're done dealing with Dolly. Congratulations. Like Dolly, I feel like if I had to deal with a longer stealth section for that chase, it would have been one of those sections I was like, I don't know about that one. That one felt like it overstayed its welcome. I feel like a lot of these sections in this game are like the right amount of length. There's the right amount of like dealing with the mimic in certain states. Like the early segments where it's just random costumes around, like copy paste costumes around the manor that just kind of or whatever. And then there's like the evolution of that where okay, now they're starting to be a bit more uncanny with the now they're not fully designs, they're prototype costumes and stuff like that. And then it's like now he's starting to the mimic's starting to do specific like quote unquote boss characters where it's
I want to
somehow
clarify something, please.
All right.
I think you're misunderstanding me. I am not saying either section should have been longer necessarily to make a better game. I think the moon section just should have been shorter, just period. I think that would have made the section much better.
Okay, well,
I'm
when
saying
you say
if you wanted to alter the game in a minor way where you still had a long stealth section and make the overall experience a little bit better than what it currently is, I think moving a longer section towards the middle or beginning of the game would have worked a little bit better than towards the end. That is it. I'm not saying that the moon section should have been moved. I'm not saying the dolly section should have been extended. The moon section should have been shortened. I am saying that if you theoretically wanted to alter the game to be better without fundamentally changing these pieces, and you just wanted to rearrange the pieces to make them better, you could probably do it just by moving it.
well, when you had said, swap the dolly and moon sections, and like said extending the dolly section, that's it
Yes,
sounds like
because
you-
I'm talking about it from the frame of mind of not majorly changing the specific pieces that we have. I
Yeah,
am
but
trying to
I'm
keep
still
the
saying
same pieces
I'm
while
disagreeing with that change for that reason. That's what I'm saying.
Well, how would you alter it if you could not fundamentally change the pieces to make it better?
Remove the moon section.
You can't do that. You have to keep all the same pieces. It's a set.
I think
That's the challenge.
Well, that's the thing is, like, this is a fundamentally flawed section. That's like there you can't fix it or make it much better. Like that's the issue that I'm seeing here is that I feel like it is towards like its best point with like, and it is in like its best state currently without sacrificing other sections. It's just like if you wanted to fix this, you have to fundamentally change how it works. I think we're getting
concept of a long stealth section where like not the specific mechanics. Get away from that idea. The specific pieces of having stealth sections of different lengths. Where would you put each one?
that would require a lot more like planning and thinking than I want to give it right now because I want to continue the conversation.
Talking about the game here, come on.
Oh my god, I'm not talking about redesigning the game entirely. We're trying to talk about my
I'm
thoughts
talking
on
about
it.
theoretical small changes.
Theoretical small
that might
changes.
have made it a bit more bearable.
Don't play the moon section. That's the thing is I liked the rest of the stealth stuff. I liked the rest of the game. My point is that I don't think those stealth sections needed any more. I don't think we needed a longer stealth section. That's what I'm
I agree
like.
with
That's
you, but
one
I
of
think
my
it's fun to
points.
think about it from a different perspective.
I'm not talking about it from a different perspective. I'm talking about it from my perspective that I specifically
That's
played.
why
That's the point of this.
That's why I'm saying I think it's fun to try to think about it from a different perspective in order to get at the core of the game design. That's what we're talking about here, are we not?
I mean, kind of, but I'm not trying to like talk about how I would redesign the game from these like I don't know.
Well, if you're gonna offer points where I didn't like this, well, what's an alternative? How would you fix it?
Don't play that section.
The challenge of thinking about game design is, what are the different ways that you could go about fixing it from different frames of mind?
I don't know. I don't care. Like that's a section I don't care about it. And this just feels annoying.
Anyways, part of it is because I'm fucking glazing over right now because we've been on. It's been kind of circular for a little bit.
I guess I don't know. I keep losing trail because we keep going on these side tangents.
Yeah, I have a structure.
Yeah,
I can help.
You
want to try what I got?
Sure.
Okay. So, actually gonna start with my conclusion for the game, and then we'll break down. We'll let the conclusion serve as kind of a thesis, and then we'll kind of get down to it. So, whatever it was, while yes, Secret of the Mimic succeeds in being a better refinement of the gameplay that came before it, it still fails to really evolve the Five Nights at Freddy's series and fails to justify its harsh shift in aesthetic and setting. It is an entirely fine package in the grand scheme when it realistically needed to be so much more than that, coming off of Security Breach and Ruin. Hold on, lost my spot. You know, it needed to be more. Sealwool are improving, that's for sure. They're getting the hang of certain things, but in the process, they've still yet to prove their ability to balance the horror, story, character design, and gameplay quality expected of post-Scott Cawthon FNaF. I chalked a lot of Scott's problems up to the fact that he was one man with a few specific skills, primarily in modeling and creativity in using the Click Team engine, and not writing or, gameplay design. I feel like he fluked his way into the FNaF formula and just kind of iterated on it. I had hoped that with the advent of a full studio now being responsible for FNaF, even an indie one inexperienced with traditional non-VR gameplay would have resulted at least in a marginal improvement to some of the pre-existing elements. But thus far, even Secret of the Mimic fails to live up to its predecessors as a complete package. It is better than Security Breach and Ruin, that's for sure, but that isn't a high bar to pass. All you need is a fun, functional game to get that far. So like ultimately I think that they are failing to balance a lot of the important elements that can make a horror game. And kind of the underlying thing of that is I feel like, and this applies to Ruin as well, a lot of it feels like scary for the sake of being scary. And what I mean by that is it kind of fails to justify its scariness. Coming from the perspective of somebody who hasn't sat in the chair and played it, maybe I'm biased, but at no point did it really feel like any of its tension was justified other than it's spooky, be scared. Tension and atmosphere are important, but so is context. And I feel like the modern FNaF games really lack in giving you good context. Ruin was probably a bit more successful in the scare factor just because it had Security Breach to precede it. You got to see kind of what the facility was like during a quote-unquote normal period-ish. Not really, but kind of. Sort of what the animatronics looked like before they were shattered, how bots like Freddy acted before losing his head, in both the figurative and literal sense, now that I think about it. Yeah. And as a result, I feel like that made the scary moments in Ruin feel much more powerful because you know it's an abnormality. This isn't how they normally act. This isn't how they normally are. It's weird. It's not normal. That's what uneases you. The biggest issue that modern FNaF faces in my eyes is that so much of its imagery and iconography has been normalized to at least me as a fan, failing to show me any state of normalcy, and by that I mean points at which nothing is going fucking haywire, really removes any sense of like uncanniness or unease that I felt the games were really known for back in the day. The original game worked on a prior knowledge of places like Chuck E. Cheese that had animatronics in real life, and played on a known type of irrational fear. And hell, I had direct experiences with Chuck E. Cheese. It was one of my favorite places to go as a kid. So seeing it, twisted and turned into a horror thing was really interesting. And given it's continuously trying to justify the use of those animatronics as a way to create horror, it needs to stop normalizing those elements as solely horror. It's no coincidence that the only game I still find scary to this day is FNaF 4, because I deadass think I could play Help Wanted and Help Wanted 2 all the way through without feeling scared. I've become extremely desensitized to the aesthetic to a point where it no longer feels uncanny to me. It's just normal. I expect the animatronics to move. I expect them to kill me. I expect them to rend me asunder, tearing me limb from limb as I scream in unimaginable pain. Because that's what FNaF has almost exclusively been. And this game does not help. It does not give us a sense of normalcy. It doesn't give us a sense of this being abnormal because it's just the state of things when we arrive. In fact, it normalizes things even more by unleashing M2 into the world. Making something entirely believable is what you want to tell a story, but we'll get to the problems with that later. The main idea is that by normalizing the whole thing, I feel like I've been led to the conclusion that this is just normal for the FNaF world. This is just how animatronics always act. And it kind of cheapens the horror aspect for me. Spooky for the sake of spooky is not compelling to me. If you get what I mean.
Yeah.
So that goes over kind of my conclusion and the general bits. Any feedback? Any kickback?
I mean, I can understand these points. It's definitely a take from somebody who's seeing it secondhand, for some of the aspects. But I can agree with a good chunk of it, especially like being the I think the part that I can especially agree with is the desensitization. Being desensitized, because I can never say that word right. Being desensitized to it and like overexposure, especially if you're somebody who's been part of it for quite some time. I'm sure for people that are outside of it that don't really like get into Five Nights at Freddy's much and like they know of its existence, but they don't really know what it is much, and they go into this, they might still get some of that uncanniness. But especially with modern Five Nights at Freddy's, it's definitely taken a turn. I think they bring it back a little bit with this game, but I think that like the over complex machinery for the 70s definitely kind of throws it back into just, it's just more sci-fi shit. It's lost a lot of that uncanniness, and it's like there's the being desensitized.
Desensitization?
Being overly desensitized has definitely taken hold. Like the one of the big things that is definitely agreeable is when Five Nights at Freddy's first came out and it like twisted this, that was one of the big draws, is like, oh, this is abnormal, this is not something you expect these things to do, and it freaks you the fuck out. But now we've gotten to the point in the series where you just arrive and they're already murdering motherfuckers. They're already like tearing people apart. And it's what is expected. When you go into one of these games, you already know that is going to be one of the threats that's trying to kill me. But like, I don't know, from gameplay, like actually sitting down and playing the game, I find the series a lot more enjoyable when you actually experience it firsthand with these modern titles. With this title, I should
except I was about to say exception
now
too.
I can't say Security Breach. Ruin is in that seat still. It's more enjoyable when you're actually sitting there watching it, or not watching it, when you're sitting there playing it as opposed to watching it. Like, yes, Ruin definitely felt a lot of it's scary because scary, be spooked, but it wasn't entirely unwarranted.
No.
There was definitely merit to why it was in the state of disarray that it was, and like it didn't entirely feel like it's scary. Just it's scary because of it wants to be scary. There was reason as to why they the Pizzaplex was in that state of disarray. There was reason as to but it did feel like they were trying a little too hard sometimes. But so like, and especially like on a rewatch or like watching it, like experiencing the whole thing secondhand, it's definitely a lot less effective. I still think the atmosphere was like much more well done. Like, again, Security Breach, the biggest fear comes from losing progress. Ruin, there's actual atmosphere and there's actual like, oh shit, this is very what's the word? This is actually pretty intimidating. But like, it's just, it feels a little forced. Secret of the Mimic did a better job with it. I don't know. I've lost my train of thought. Hello, Addy.
Well, if that's the case,
okay.
I feel like we can move on, because I don't outwardly disagree with a lot of, because a lot of it comes from the perspective of like sitting in the chair playing the game, and I don't have that experience. Primarily because, like, you know, my computer's not good enough, but also I lost interest when they announced Secret of the Mimic specifically, so you know that's part of it.
I remember something that I had ADHD had ferreted the thought away back when we were talking about gameplay. Fucking the big downside to the autosave system. You can't go back to specific points.
Oh,
It was briefly mentioned, and I wanted to elaborate, but we moved on too quickly. Okay, so I hate the autosave system. I love not ever needing to deal with the stupid bullshit, go to a save point, and they're inactive in certain spots, and all that bullshit, and you might lose entire chunks of progress, and fucking hours of gameplay if you don't save in Security Breach. That was, like, the most infuriating part. I think Ruin handled autosaves better than Secret of the Mimic because it autosaves.
Yeah.
It gives you.
And
it
you
gives
can
you
go
that,
back.
and then you can go back to those specific chapters. And if you go
Yep.
back to the specific chat, like I still replayed through the entire DLC to make sure I got everything, but that was just because I wanted to make sure I didn't miss anything. I could have just gone back to those specific chapters, played through that specific spot, and then gone back to the end and gotten the secrets. I didn't have to replay the entire DLC. I just did it because I wanted to be thorough. With Secret of the Mimic, you don't have the choice. If you want to get that secret ending, you have to go all the way back to the beginning and go all the way to the end. There is no ifs, ands, or buts about it, and it fucking sucks. Because it's like, I want to be able to just go back to specific chapters. That aspect, not being present in Secret of the Mimic, is one of the biggest pitfalls it has in comparison to Security Breach. It's like, of all the things to get wrong in comparison to something the Security Breach, and it's not even a thing of the Security Breach, it's specifically the DLC and Ruin. Like, that's one of the things they should have brought back, is the chapter select after you've reached a certain point, being able to go back to that specific spot in your save file. And then if you save from there, it can affect the rest of it. Like, that would have been a lot more palatable to deal with than what I ended up having to do.
Yeah.
But at least I can say that like Secret of the Mimic was like Ruin was boring enough and just kind of iffy enough where it's like it's not bad but it's just meh, that going back through it a second time was a bit of a pain in the ass. But you know, it was like there was definitely certain sections I stalled out on because I didn't want to have to deal with them, whether it be because I'm genuinely scared or there's such bad game design. Whereas with Secret, at least with Secret of the Mimic, the only saving grace with that is it's fun enough gameplay that going back and doing the whole thing a second time wasn't that. I was like, all right, fuck it, let's do it. Like that. All right, I have to. Damn, that sucks. At least it's a better game. It actually has engaging, fun gameplay. Fucking. Still, though, it would have been so much more convenient if I could have gone to the fucking...
If only glitched permissions meant, you know, your permissions were actually glitched.
Yeah, that...
And you just had full access.
I think it would have been a really fun and interesting concept as well to, like, if you did go through and get all the items the first time, like, you took the time to make sure you had everything except for the tiger doll in the inventory system, like going through the moon.exe and like the different segments of the game that reflect the actual gameplay that you're going through, such as the like, you know, you get to that point and you go into the welcome show, you deal with Jackie, you deal with Big Top, you deal with Dolly, all that shit. Like, you deal with everything in that you actually have to deal with in the game, if that sort of like represents you skipping forward through time, almost supernatural, in a supernatural way, where it's like I was kind of hoping that like getting those glitch permissions meant it would, you know, give me executive access and I'd just be able to jump forward to 4 a.m. That would have been.
It should have been.
I would have been like, it also
For how
would have been a really,
for how
it would be
fucking
cool.
long the game should have been, it should have been 4 a.m. by the time you finished.
Honestly,
Good
like
God.
that would have been such a fun part. That would have been such a fun detail too. It's like going through all of that, and it's like you actually went through it, and like it's almost as if the universe is recognizing like you've already done this challenge before, and it's like a supernatural force, or you know, just not having to do the entire thing.
You could have had a special voice line from Dispatch, even like Arnold, what the fuck are you doing, Arnold?
Well, at that point, it wasn't
like something.
I think
something like that, not that exactly, but
I
kind
can
of
understand
like
why, from a narrative perspective, that kind of seems a little iffy. But the whole secret ending, from a narrative perspective, feels like doesn't feel
It-
right.
It could have been a fucking videotape. Why wasn't it a videotape?
I don't. Well, I mean, like it. You know, you're sedating the mimic. You're actually putting it down, essentially, putting it to rest.
Yeah, but we know that's not the canon ending.
I know, but it's like
So why
you can't-
make it an ending?
But it's a fucking Easter egg, I guess. I don't know.
It could have been an Easter egg as a videotape.
I think it would have been. I think that ending should have ended on Arnold actually getting like a fucking promotion or some shit from Fazbear. No, he got that $25 gift certificate. He did get that $25. Because here's my thing. It's like from what I think.
It should have had a classic end screen, like the paycheck is like an extra $25.
Exactly. That would have been so great because it's literally he did exactly what his job was. He got the data diver to full executive permissions on top of getting glitched permissions, so it's even better than normal. He got the fucking he sedated the mimic and was able to, like, he probably could have dragged that endoskeleton out of the house back down to his van and brought it back to Fazbear Entertainment. He got the fucking schematics that they were looking for as their property. He could have gotten that $25 gift certificate and been on his way, gotten some rest. Like, that would have been, it would have been like, finally, the actually good ending. But like,
Yeah.
it's fucking... Oh my god, they missed such a good opportunity there. No, instead it just ends on spooky vent noise. That's it.
Ooh, something's entering the area. Ooh.
Like, fucking really? Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Like,
It's
it's a somewhat sweet ending, but at the same time, it's not even canon. It's just there. It's just there for an Easter egg. It's there for the sake of being there, and that's dumb.
speaking on endings and finales, though, I want to talk about that end gameplay section in the quote unquote canon ending a bit.
Which section?
The
5 a.m. or 6
the
a.m.?
restaurant. The restaurant.
5 a.m. or 4 a.m. to 5 a.m.
So I must ask, and this is rhetorical, why? Why would they make the ending room based on the first game? What does this change? Why change it? What is gained by changing it? And I must ask these questions because I'm extremely confused. Changing the source of the first location doesn't do anything. It's a fun Easter egg for longtime fans, but is completely meaningless to the narrative. It felt like they decided on the time period well before they figured out the story reason as to why they chose the time period. And you shouldn't be writing like that. Figure out what you want your story to be first, and then figure out the time period based on what you've written. The story takes precedence over the aesthetic, and gameplay takes precedence over both. Aesthetic should enhance gameplay first, then story second. The 70s aesthetic, at least to me, doesn't really enhance the gameplay much of this game. It was entirely just a thing that was there. It actively made the story element infinitely more confusing than it needed to be as well. Like, why? A new character pops up out of nowhere that is completely unnecessary, and you spend all this time fleshing him out instead of one of the characters that you already had. Furthermore, it's kind of obvious that the Mimic would have had multiple versions. I imagine that the M2 probably wasn't even the last, with Fazbear engineers potentially having iterated further on the Mimic endoskeleton design, and perhaps even on the program. Because that's just the logical step on anything. You iterate and refine. Having the M1 and M2 doesn't really put any pieces together. It just adds new ones. And that's consistently the problem with FNaF writing, is that, like, and this is especially true in the Steel Wool era, that you just give us a bunch of mismatched puzzle pieces that don't actually fit together with anything we've had previous. Rather than fleshing out and clarifying, the goal is to simply put up a smokescreen and confuse. And we haven't even gotten to the actual story and writing yet.
Oh man.
We'll get there.
We'll get
but
there.
I want your feedback on that section where I'm just confused as to why they needed to shove the first location into the game for seemingly no reason.
Because look, it is Five Nights at Freddy's, guys. See, this is like, I know there's not been a single trace of Freddy Fazbear aside from pizza boxes. But look, it's a Five Night Freddy game. See this Freddy, Five Night Freddy right there. Big Freddy head, big Freddy head.
So
you remember the first game? Remember the first game,
I'm
guys?
glad.
Always. Hey, you guys like doors? You guys like powered doors? Oh, now you're the animatronic. Oh, look, you're on the other side of things. Oh, Five Nights at Freddy's, guys. You guys are fucking yeah. No,
Anyways,
that
I got
was.
stuff to go do.
All
Take care,
right.
guys.
Have a good one, Sal. Thanks
Yeah.
for stopping in.
So
Yeah.
I'm glad I'm not the only one confused and bewildered by this decision.
It is, it definitely just feels like they said, look at this fun thing that we think you guys like. It's
It's
Easter eggs.
the FNaF version of jangling keys in our face.
No, literally, jingle, 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 back rooms. You guys know the back rooms? Well, before the back, jingle, jingle, look at you, jingle, jingle. Like, it's literally that. Fucking, like, it really feels off-putting too, because you get the spring lock suits and stuff. I feel like the issue that I have is I feel like that's what they had to do in order to show that off, because if you just went downstairs to a pizzeria and it didn't have any semblance of like one of the first games, like it had it by default, and like that's why this entire thing, like, again, it goes back to the story being fundamentally flawed with this addition and like retroactive destruction, because in order for it to work at all, it had to be that location, because that's the first location. That's like the most, like, that is probably the most iconic location for the Fazbear franchise. That first pizzeria, the two hallways, the big auditorium area, the big cafeteria area, the two hallways, the security office, little side rooms.
Yeah.
That is the most...
It does beg the question, why did you need it to be a pizzeria location in the first place?
I mean, again, it's like in order to make that tie back, that's the only one they could have gone with, because that's the only one people would have recognized. Well, here's the thing.
Like the room layout, okay, so like the room layout is fine. I don't know why they had to include a, like, what I'm assuming is a model pizzeria underneath the workshop for some reason.
Yeah, that's another
Why
thing
did you need to do that, period?
Like, I understand the idea you're going for, but they built an entire model pizzeria to scale. Like, as, like, it, like, just whole thing. For what?
Yeah, that was why I asked. Is like, why did you do that? Like, that was my question, is why would you do the scale model pizzeria instead of just having a fucking room that, like, people can realize, oh, it kind of resembles the FNaF 1 location, instead of, look, it's the FNaF 1 location, jangle jangle. Fucking,
like,
I felt so talked down to when you entered that.
It was controversial it was a controversial feeling for me, because on one, it was like, okay, it's cool, like, it's
cool to be able to walk around. Yeah,
it's cool to be able to walk around and be on the other end of it. You're not the security guard defending yourself. You're actively trying to drain the power. You're on the other end of it. Let's talk about the positives for that section for a moment, so that we can get a nice little, like, okay, here's a breather of a nice positive fresh energy, instead of shitting on this, because trust me, there's a lot of shit to go through. Let's smell some roses first.
Oh, we're gonna get there.
I feel like there's a lot of fun, there's a lot of really fun, cool moments about that. The fact that you get to see the prototypes for all of the Springlock animatronic suits, and the fact that we see, like, okay, Sparky's being officially included in a game. It was in the movie, and now it's in a game. It's like, okay, that's neat. That's neat. An Easter egg that got, or an Easter, a hoax that got so popular it's now official. That's cool. It's one of the original Springlock suits. That's a nice detail. Then you get Montgomery Gator in his original form. That's one of Fiona's original character designs. That's pretty fun. Okay, cool. That he's included in the original state. He kind of takes place of Pirate Cove. And the other thing that's cool about it too is that each of the animatronics, each of the what's it called? Brain, please. Each of the Springlock suits almost represents an animatronic that, like, is trying to get to certain points where they're getting blocked out of certain areas. Like, it was a nice little detail that you're on the other end of things. You're playing the role of the animatronics. You're trying to get to specific areas to that security office, and the building is running on a conserved power situation to try to assumedly to save money. And so that is something that they had to work through, and you have to slowly wear down M1's ability to protect itself in the office. And then you cause a blackout and get in. It's the reverse role. You are now playing the role of the animatronics from the original game. That's neat. It was cool to be able to walk around and see what the inside of the kitchen looks like. Finally, for fuck's sake, we finally know what the general layout of the kitchen is, and the fact
looks
that
like
it
a
does...
fucking kitchen. Wow.
Yeah. Oh wow. Well, it's more so just how big it actually is. What it whether or not it actually fully connects to that hallway. Now, of course, this is a prototype pizzeria, so the layout isn't perfect, but it is what it is. We get to see what's in that middle section between the two hallways. Fucking nothing. It's a vent. But, it's people theorize that that's where the prize counter is in the original game, and that's what they did for Help Wanted, so that makes sense. Just being a prototype,
Well,
it is what
also
it is.
the vent there, it is a prototype, so technically, theoretically, it is actually there. We just don't know for sure.
Potentially. And it was neat to be able to see all the different all the different details of this, being able to see certain areas that are pretty restricted, and seeing that the whole vent system connecting different areas carry through. They took certain aspects from other games and they carried it through, the Five Nights at Freddy's 3, the fact that vents connect all these these big vents that you can fit through and shit, and the area you're in, the fucking walls, it's in the walls, it's in the walls, it's in the walls. It actually connects the different connects the different rooms and stuff, and that carried over to this this design, so you're able to get around the pizzeria and stuff and sneak past cameras and shit, that kind of deal. And then the mimic M1 asking, where did you go, implying that it's looking through cameras and it literally cannot see certain areas. It can't see through the kitchen area because that camera is inactive, and that these little details that it's oh, that's neat, but it's still I don't know, okay, I've run out of nice things to say. All right, fuck this section of the game. Holy shit, why would you build an entire model pizzeria under the goddamn location? You're already hemorrhaging money out the ass. Why would you do this? This is probably one of the most expensive, nonsensical builds that Murray could have built, and we know that he's big thinker, fantastical thinker. What the fuck are you thinking, dude? You're gonna be hemorrhaging money. You are going to be hurting all your employees. They're all gonna be like, why the fuck are we spending so much money on this? And then just to toss it because you don't like the contract that they're putting, you put all this unnecessary effort into something, and then they treat you like a business partner, and you're pissed about it. Of course they're gonna treat you like a business partner. They're a bunch of greedy ass multi-million-dollar motherfuckers. It's William Afton you're dealing with. Of course you can't know that right off the bat, but some dude with a hell of a lot of money asks to purchase stuff from you like this and becomes one of your biggest investors. This should be red flags out the wazoo, just because we know the nature of these motherfucking billionaires, especially in modern day and age. I mean, to be fair, bro could not have had the foresight the rest of us have, where we see how William is and how they treat the MCM facility and shit, and basically steal all of their employees and say, steal all of their shit and then claim it as their own, as most billionaires do. Best example, Elon Musk being the face of Tesla, even though all dude did was became their biggest investor and then hit them with the, if you don't let me purchase the company and own it, I'm pulling out. In which case, it's an ultimatum. You either lose your company or you lose your money. And that's basically what they did to Murray, where it's we're gonna, you give us all your shit per our contract. Everything you own is now ours. It's crazy. He signed this shady ass business deal, and then he's pissed when they crack the whip, like they were going to. Are you serious? And you went through all this effort, tossing so much money, just to. I don't know. The fact that it's okay, yes, you had to do the first pizzeria for us to actually recognize it, but you get the Fredbear Family Diner animatronics, like the fucking Springlock suits for. Like, why were they already designing the FNaF 1 models? That's something that pissed me off. Like, yes, that was a jingle, jingle, look at this, the key, jingle, jingle. It makes no sense narratively. At this point in the series, they would not have had those designs. They would have had the withered designs, or the pre-withered designs, the original ones that are more freaky looking. They wouldn't have had the somewhat less freaky looking ones from the first location. Like, how does that make sense? I hate, especially when you look at the designs of the Springlock animatronic. Now, maybe you could say, well, if you look at the way that the Springlock or the withered animatronics are designed, they actually look like they could be Springlock animatronics in their own. Like they were supposed to be designed to be worn as costumes and put on endoskeletons, and that's just Springlock suits in their animatronic form, never to see use as animatronic or as Springlock suits again, because the way that they're, like, if you look at the way that they're designed, it does look like that could be the case, especially now that we have seen thorough designs of prototype Springlock animatronic or Springlock suits in Secret of the Mimic.
Mm-hmm.
But that still does not explain why they would go with their much more freaky-ass designs in the first pizzeria and then go to the ones that Murray's Costume Manor ended up making for them. And that doesn't even begin to, like, just fuck with the idea that, okay, the only pizzeria, the only Fazbear Entertainment original designs for any of this is Bonnie and Freddy, which, I mean, yes, that tracks because Fredbear and Spring Bonnie, like, sure, those are the two original designs, but then every other fucking animatronic, every other character they get is coming from other IPs. Are you serious? Like, I understand that's a fairly common thing. I mean, just look at Showbiz.
Yeah, I mean, that's literally how Chuck E. Cheese happened.
Yeah, Showbiz Pizzeria and stuff. That's kind of understandable. But Chuck E. Cheese, like, they still had their own original characters and stuff. They still had an entire cast, an entire band of original characters. For Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria to have most of its roster be characters stolen from Edwin Murray's design and, like, Fiona's design catalog, essentially, where it's basically they just took Fiona's entire sketchbook and ripped out of it. Like, on one hand, yeah, that's kind of clever for multi-billion-dollar companies being shady as fuck. Although I guess at this point in the timeline, it would be multi-million.
Yeah,
well,
the idea is, like, they're reinforcing that Fazbear is cartoonishly evil.
But that's the thing.
They're continuing to beat you over the head with it.
They're
like you're
overdoing it, and it's like, bro, can we fucking stop? Like, I don't know. It's cool that it's able to feed into certain theories. I think I mentioned the one before where it's like it was feeding into the whole theory of, oh, because Mixus is F10N4, it's like
just say Fiona.
It's M1. It's running the Pizzaplex. That's why Bonnie never shows back up, because it's replaced with he gets replaced with Montgomery Gator, which is a Fiona original. They're bringing in Foxy at some point. They were planning to bring Foxy into the equation, which is a Fiona original. And then when Freddy ends up getting, like, with one of the endings, the one where Gregory drives a car for some fucking reason, Freddy leaves the facility. They don't bring Freddy back. They replace him with Mr. Hippo, which is another MCM original. It's like, that's cool. It feeds into that theory. Fuck you. Make the original 4 that we see in Five Nights at Freddy's should be the official, like, Chica being part of a different cast. Okay, that one makes sense because she seems a little more out there compared to the rest of them. Like, she can't even say that. No, when I think about it, because Foxy felt the most disconnected just due to his nature.
Yeah.
Regardless, it's like those four should be fighting except for like Freddy Fazbear.
I mean, I
Pizza
would just look at it from
Originals.
design perspective. The only one wearing any full piece of clothing is Foxy, so he's the odd one out.
Yeah, like
He's the only one wearing something to cover his junk.
Chica has a bib. She's covering her tits.
Nah, not really.
I mean, that's kind of. I mean, look at Toy Chica. It's literally what it is.
I mean, on Toy Chica, yeah, but on Chica Chica, no.
But it's like that's she's covering her tits. That's it. That she said.
But like
Free the lower half. All right, let me stop before I get demonetized. She like
Freddy and Bonnie are just letting it hang out, dude.
It's like they are like those four, especially since the first game, feel like they should be the only. Like, if you're going to introduce new characters, that's fine, but let the first four characters be the originals. Let's have fucking Balloon Boy be stolen from MCM. Let's have the Puppets design be stolen from MCM. Let's have any other like character that we've been introduced to over the years, the Circus Baby cast, be stolen from some other character, from some other things. The fucking. Like Lefty, like the idea of Lefty, or like all the mediocre melodies, those ones all feel like like those ones are literally derived from, like, all the mediocre melodies are all MCM originals, like that feel like they're stealing it from that. That's fine. Maybe not the like if Sister Location 1's, that's up to your pick, but I'm saying like the original four designs that we got, Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, Foxy, those ones should have stayed Fazbear Originals, and the fact that they're just basically slowly making it to where nothing is Fazbear Original except for Freddy and Bonnie, the moment they say, oh yeah, Freddy was actually created by this other guy, or Bonnie was actually created by this other, fuck you.
Can I get a word in, please?
No, basically shut up. Go ahead.
So I don't mind like making some amount of characters not Fazbear Originals, even from that original group. Like, you know, I think the theory that I liked for a long time was that Fazbear merged with Chica's Party World. Or like Fredbear's Family Diner merged with Chica's Party World and became the franchise of Fazbear Entertainment. Chica was not a Fazbear original design, technically, but you know, she ended up becoming a part of the main cast. I've always liked the idea that you know, Fredbear Family Diner has obviously been going on a long time, and I've always liked the idea that like William Afton inherited it essentially. He inherited Freddy in a sense and created Bonnie and Foxy, because, and I go with the idea that he created Foxy because William Afton is like entirely a part of the Circus Babies thing. Like I like to think that the Funtime animatronics, not Chica, the ones we see in Sister Location, are like the ones that are definitively Williams designs. Is kind of like the way that I've always liked thinking about it, and that like Chica and the mediocre melodies were from Henry, and he owned or was a part of Chica's Party World. I've always liked that theory. I've always
Foxy
preferred
sitting
it.
in the corner.
I said Foxy. I said William Afton designed Foxy.
But he didn't. That was a Fiona creation.
No, I'm saying I always liked that idea better.
Yeah, okay, okay.
I always liked it because Foxy was there in the Sister Location, so like my thought process is always like, oh well, you know, these are all characters that William Afton created because it's his passion, and that kind of a thing. That was what made sense to me, is like he made Foxy, he inherited Freddy, he made Ballora and Baby in the image of his wife and daughter respectively. So that was what made sense to me. I always thought that, like, because like they didn't do Funtime Chica until FFPS, so I always kind of like separate her I always thought the point of including those 4 within the game was to communicate, okay, these are William's designs. This is his design language. This is what he thinks about. And like you see the freaky ass human animatronics in like the mini arenas and the Biddy Babs and Ballora and Baby. A lot of bees in there. But like I always thought that was the purpose of connecting the name Afton to Sister Location and then showing us that limited roster, like because you didn't have Chica, and Bonnie was a puppet. You know, it was. I always felt like the point of that was like you were giving us some form of like grouping. Like these animatronics have a specific group to them. You know, Freddy, Foxy, and Bonnie share something that Chica is not a part of. That feels a lot more narratively satisfying, but Scott doesn't know how to write, so he wouldn't understand that concept. Yeah. So yeah, I don't like the idea that, you know, everything was Fiona's design, but I also don't mind the idea that, like, you know, maybe we'll say like Chica isn't a Fazbear original.
Okay.
And end it there, kind of a deal.
I should elaborate a little bit more because, like, one of the big reasons I find it such an issue is because it completely spits in the face of the idea of the fact that Fazbear Entertainment was both Henry and William. I think a lot of people completely remove Henry from the equation nowadays, which is really unfortunate because it was supposed to be
I know
William,
why.
The original idea was that he was the like technician side of things. He was the guy making like building the animatronics. He was the brains behind it when it comes to like the robotics and stuff. And Afton was the business guy. Afton Robotics is like one thing I do like is that it explains why Afton Robotics even fucking exists. It's because William yoinked all of the MCM people and threw them into his own company, and that's probably what allowed Afton Robotics to even exist in the first place. William stealing things, that's fine. That seems totally in line with him. None of his designs being fully original, except for the ones, like, except for maybe Circus Baby's Pizza World with Baby and Ballora, them being based on his family. That one seems fair, and even then, William having stolen those designs isn't out of the picture either. I never liked the idea that William was like this crazy mad scientist, hard studying remnant himself. I feel like it's rather he definitely feels like the kind of dude that just has a lot of money and he's throwing it at these engineers to do it for him because he wants to bring his son back. That is fine, but my issue is the fact that, like, okay, well, this, like, Henry was somebody who was just genuinely into it for the sake of being,
it was the love of the game.
Exactly. Like, it was his passion. It was his art. It was his craft. He loved to do it. It was what he liked. Like, he was making a living out of something he loved to do. Then, like, William comes in, gives him the money for it. They become business partners, but then William ends up destroying the whole thing with his twisted, sick goals. And that is, like, having that narrative. So for Edwin Murray,
I have a point that is very relevant to this. We'll talk about it in a moment.
Edwin Murray to have, I think we're pretty much just on the story, like, it just retroactively.
I want to go over a few miscellaneous points before we get to, like, the rant.
But like for it to like just say Henry basically discredit most, like, pretty much what Henry did and say all Henry was responsible for is designing Freddy and Bonnie, and that's it. And, like, he did nothing else. He couldn't do anything else for the franchise. He couldn't do anything else for the series except have his daughter be sacrificed and then try to find a way to basically be another millionaire trying to throw money at people to make his goals happen and not be, somebody who's actually putting in the elbow grease and, like, doing the hard work himself, getting his hands dirty like he's supposed to, like a fucking technician, a dude who's making these animatronics by hand in his garage is supposed to. It's infuriating.
So I want to get to a few miscellaneous points before we get into the big
rant.
one.
Go for it.
So the first one is kind of a a dry point. It's just a funny thing that I noticed. So I wanted to point out that, like, for the nerdcore scene, not many of the major old heads really released songs for Secret of the Mimic. And by old heads, I refer to Living Tombstone, DA Games, and Nate Wants to Battle, because those are the only old heads besides JT Music that are
Well,
left that didn't
We have
didn't
gotten
get canned.
We have gotten a TLT Secret of the Mimic song actually.
Oh, did we? Did that change between when I wrote this and?
Yeah, we got it's funny because Static actually animated for it too. It's it doesn't matter. It's called It Doesn't Matter.
I'll have to check this later, but
It released 2 weeks ago.
The original point that I wrote was all of them, Living Tombstone, DA Games, Nate Wants to Battle, they all skipped out on making songs for it, despite making Security Breach and Ruin songs, which I thought was interesting. But I guess that point is moot now, given that Tombstone did make one, and I didn't know about it.
I'm sending it in I sent it in integrated. I think he was just taking the time to cook. It is a good. It's
possible,
a banger.
possible. I'll have a listen to it later. 2 weeks ago, yeah.
It's been 2 weeks, so like it was definitely just he was taking a long time with it, especially with how long that animation took. But like, oh my goodness.
I wrote this very early on.
Yeah.
It was one of those things. Okay, moot point. Oh well. And then kind of the final one is I just wrote like a paragraph of like very generalized thoughts and why I justify my 5 out of 10 rating for this game. So the best way that I can describe this game is it's the perfect nothing burger of a FNaF game. The same stale bread we've had for quite a while now, comforting in a sense that it's familiar, but not exactly a pleasant taste, nor is it all that meaty. You may eat it now and enjoy it for what it is, but it most certainly won't be filling for the future and isn't providing much nutritional value. And furthermore, will you remember it when they serve up the next one? Is it even comparable to the sliders that came before it? And I only critique it because of its failure to justify itself as a necessary place within the necessary piece within the larger story repertoire of the series. It serves as an explanation for the Mimic, but any game could have done that. As I've said, it needed to be special and justify a need to jump around on the timeline and mess with the origins of the series, to which it provided very little. Any thoughts before I get into the rant?
I think we can't tell for certain that it's entirely a nothing burger of a series because for all we know, Security Breach 2 could be entirely reliant on it being placed where it is in the timeline, exactly how it is in the timeline. We won't see that until after the game. As of now, yes, it could be considered a nothing burger. But for and I do mostly agree with what you kind of said. But I think like from an actual player perspective, actually having sat down in the seat and played the game, it's a little more than just a nothing burger. At least,
I'm saying like gameplay wise, it's fine. It's got nothing wrong with it. It's perfectly playable, which is better than the last games.
I think
that's it.
Yeah, I feel like to add on to what you said, it works the best currently as a standalone experience. But when it's trying so hard to be connected to the mainline story, and it is causing more issues than it's helping, and it's going to need fixing from whatever sequel we get for Security Breach 2. It's going to need some sort of explanation or delving deeper into it, or maybe they wait another game to continue on the Mimic story. Who knows? Like maybe they're going to do side-by-side kind of shit. Who knows with this studio? Who knows with Scott? I hope not, but it's like for yes, this could be something where it was only supposed to explain the Mimic's existence. Security Breach 2 is going to pretty much forget about it, or like kind of touch on it but not really doing it, and it will become a nothing burger because that could happen. I mean, you know what's crazy? You know which Five Nights at Freddy's game is an absolute nothing burger? If you had to guess, do you know which one I'm about to say?
Probably 4 Sister Location.
It's 4.
Yeah,
because 4's entire purpose was setting up Dream Theory, and once that got tossed because the community didn't like it, it became so meaningless. Yeah. What's the point? Like
Yeah.
the actual story behind it, for the most part, like leading up to that birthday party and shit, and like setting up all this stuff in the gameplay, all these Easter eggs, all this, like it basically amounts to nothing but a scary game in its
Yeah.
own like bubble, in its own contained experience as a standalone. It's a great horror
Yep.
game, terrifying, but it's actually connected to the story. It means nothing.
Yeah.
With Secret of the Mimic, right now it's risking being put in that exact same spot where it is a great experience in its own contained area. Gameplay is fun. Some of it can be a bit of a headache, but it's still a pretty fun experience. It's a good challenge, and it's something that I mean, hell, I've almost 100%ed the game, and I do plan on going back and getting the last 2 achievements that I missed. Like, it takes a lot for me to actually want to go out of my way to 100% a game.
Yeah.
And the fact that I'm about to go do that, like, that should attest to like how much Steel will improved from Security Breach on into Secret of the Mimic. Like they did a great job, but on the timeline, it really does. Like it's at that point where it could either age like a fine wine, or like the half-opened milk in the fridge. It is
I have
at high risk.
I have a specific reason as to why I think it'll be a nothing burger, but we'll get to that. I'll let you finish.
But yeah, it's like I think part of a lower rating is mainly because you're not actually playing the game, but like because that's
Possible,
about
but
a similar stance of that's the similar stance that I had before I actually sat down and played it myself. But like I don't know, it definitely sweetened the experience getting to go through it firsthand. So it's I can't call it entirely a nothing burger just yet. It's at risk of becoming one, but I'm hopeful to see where it goes, and I think like just completely shutting it out right now as like a complete nothing to the series is a little unfair to it currently. It does struggle to justify itself, and if it needs another game in the timeline to justify its existence retroactively, that's not the best thing for it.
Yeah, I'd call that a nothing burger. Needing that.
It is. It's like a. Let's use food as an analogy.
It's Schrodinger's burger.
It's a burger that needs a little more sauce. It needs a little more seasoning. It's iffy. Like, if you need something else to go with it to make it a good meal, it's not the best thing on its own. But, you know, a lot of the times you're getting a meal as a combo. It's not supposed to be something on its own. You're supposed to pair it with something else to really make it shine. You can't... It's not the best thing for games, but it's... I don't know.
I think of it as Schrodinger's burger, where like you know how when you get a burger from McDonald's, it comes in like a little wrap, right? Secret of the Mimic is a burger you haven't unwrapped yet. You ordered the mystery burger. You don't know what it is until you open it.
Yeah, it really is.
You could open it and it could be literally just fucking packing peanuts. You don't know yet. Yeah, so you don't know until you open it, and the next game is you opening the wrap.
Yeah.
So that's kind of the problem with it.
I say let's not be too. I personally am in the stance of I'm not going to be too harsh on it, of it like really having no place in the timeline, or like not really having a good spot currently. Its biggest sin is retroactive destruction, but other than that, we don't know if it really is going to be that and nothing else just yet. So I say I'm gonna remain hopeful, and I'm gonna say I'm gonna be optimistic in the fact that it is going to have a larger impact on the story with the context of the next game, hopefully. But we won't know for sure until that happens. So until then, it's going to be a mystery, and if you dislike it for that reason, you think it's a nothing burger, that's fine. And yeah, it's just like let's be a little optimistic. I'm optimistic.
I'm optimistic seeing Security Breach 2 and FNaF World 2.
And like
and the
it's,
real life location.
There's
Like, there's
also-
clear love still in the franchise.
there's
but-
also like certain things that come out of this game that kind of like show origins of how they did certain stuff with later down the line. Like if this is the technology that was possible in the 70s, then sister location makes a bit more sense. But
Yeah,
it doesn't fix the fact that this is still just become science fiction. And it's
my thought is like it really didn't need to, like, we could have just suspended the disbelief that like they just had this technology in the 80s in this universe. Sure. I didn't feel the need for this. Hold on one second, my dog is barking. I'm gonna be right back.
All right. Yeah, it's like overall, I think that's I don't know. I do like the fact that the Mimic kind of like like retroactively foreshadowing, if that's even a thing. I can't even say it foreshadows, but more so kind of like shows origins for certain things. It definitely resembles the design. Why am I getting so many calls from unknown numbers? Fuck off. It definitely resembles endoskeletons we've seen in the past and stuff. So it's like, okay, it makes sense that Fazbear Entertainment wanted the schematics for the Mimic. We can assume that they eventually got the schematics for the Mimic and are like basing their endoskeletons that they are creating off of that. And like it's clear that the endoskeleton design that if they've been put together is based on that. It still pisses me off that those are supposed to be Henry's designs and they're not going off of Henry's designs, but they're still basing them off of that. I do also like small little thing that I did like about the game on the inside was the fact that like they like through all of Murray's other products, they kind of explained how the Mimic functions, where it was able to like, it's able to mimic audio, maybe not to the like, it also
maybe not perfectly.
Yeah, it also shows like how Mimic or not Mimic, how Murray was able to craft the Mimic by having all this prior experience with all these other things. He basically just took what he knew and put it all into one like animatronic, one design, where it's like all these why is this motherfucker, I'm sorry, I've seen this notification pop up, like a Steam notification pop up 20 times now. Somebody on my friends list just keeps opening and closing Counter-Strike. What the fuck?
Turn off those notifications.
Oh my goodness. Anyways, so they like Murray took everything that he knew and kind of just threw it all into one design where it's like, okay, the self-awareness, the scarily self-awareness of the coffee maker, the audio mimicking of the mycelium men, the shape-shifting of the coat rack, like the extending, I should say, like the extending and shrinking of the coat rack, the what was the other one? The more chaotic nature of the Jest cereal. Like,
yeah,
I don't know what the vac kind of shows, other than more shrinking and like shrinking in size and growing in size, even though physically can't do that. I don't know. Cleanovac was just a good product in general. I would like a Cleanovac. It's a Roomba. I think we have a Roomba. I might try to see if I can get a Cleanovac like attachment for it, just to look. That would be pretty
That'd
funny.
be fun.
Yeah. But yeah, like that is nice. Like it pretty much goes back to what I said before. As a contained story, as its own contained thing, it's a very like. And the best positive about it I can give it when it comes to most of its story, you don't need the books. It tells everything that happened in itself. You are able to figure out every single piece within the game in its own. We don't need
just not how it connects to the rest of it.
We don't need. We'll get to that. We don't need the rest of the fucking books. We don't need we don't need 20 million fucking lore guides that have a bunch of have so many errors in it you would think it was generated by AI. Fucking, we don't need goddamn 20 Goosebumps stories that have all these weird, like, with fucking Phasgoo and Springtrap Mpreg and shit like that to determine the goddamn story.
All I'll say is, like, I'm down for Freddy's Phasgoo, but, like,
Oh,
it
shut
shouldn't
the
be,
hell
it shouldn't
up.
be lore. It shouldn't be important to the lore.
Furry. Like, we don't need all this bullshit to understand the story and to get all the clues and, like, see what happened. It's a nice, like, fairly simple, but also, like, just the right amount of simple and complex at the same time of a story, self-contained for the most part, that you can follow and understand, and you can get all of the clues and all the lore bits from just finding secrets in the game. We're back at this era where you can go through the game and you are rewarded with most of the secrets giving you all, like,
Important
the information
knowledge.
that you need, and, like, being able to, like, oh, there is supernatural activity, and Murray knows about it because of the tape that's downstairs in the basement where in the room where the mimic was created. We get like all these things of all these audio tapes and audio bits and pieces going back with the executive permissions, getting to listen to stuff, how Edwin actually proposed to Fiona and stuff like that, and all that, like, how their story came together. They got together. They had David together. Fiona dies tragically at the Fall Fest, and then Edwin has to try to raise a child on his own. Creates M1 to do it, or to help him with it, and expands on it with M2, and then M2 they irresponsibly leave David at a playground by the fucking road. He gets hit by a car, haunting the MCM from that point onwards. And then Edwin lashes out at M2 because he lost his son after very shortly after losing his wife. And then M2 kills him. And it's like, it's this whole self-contained, you could get everything just from in the game. Just from inside the game. You don't need the fucking books. That's something that we need more of in this goddamn series now. Can we stop relying on the book? It was a cool little Easter egg when we saw the name Afton pop up in Sister Location after Afton was the name of the guy in the Silver Eyes series. Like, oh, that's a cool little Easter egg, but then they started relying on each other. It was painful.
I have a whole rant about fucking Silver Eyes trilogy, and one day.
I haven't read it in forever. I should reread it. You know what?
I haven't read it because, oh my god,
Video idea, audiobooks.
So mad.
It's been out long enough. I need to get voice actors, and I need to get audiobooks together.
I don't know if you legally can for sure. I think that might be why there isn't really any.
It's been out long enough. That's dumb and lame. Fuck off.
It's so true, but still.
I'll get permission. It's fine. I'll contact Scott.
So, chat and Søundbøx, are we ready for the rant?
All right. No.
No?
Let me grab another cup of coffee.
All right.
Because I'm gonna need that for this. I can tell.
We got a ways to go.
I will be right back, chat. Yap with Mars. Let's have a bit of a breather before we get into the thick of it. So I'll be right back. Chat with Mars a little bit. We'll just take a reprieve. If you need to use the restroom, now is the time.
You needed to go to the pisser. Go on.
Yeah, go take a piss or hit that. Now is the time. Yeah, excuse me. Yeah, I'll be back.
True. So, I want to preface. I will be like semi-reading from a script. I will probably like ad-lib or like expand upon certain things if I feel I didn't do it properly within what I wrote. It's not really a script in the edited sense. It is stream of consciousness as prose, meaning that these were kind of like my real-time thoughts watching the game, just reading them back. And I want to say that like my total like notes for this were like, I want to say it was like 2,000 words, and this story rant that we're about to get into takes up nearly half of that at nearly 1,000 words. So yeah, if you didn't think this was a massive rant and worth saving towards the end, because we've been going like 2.5 hours at least, I think closer to 2 hours 45 or like 3 minutes or like 3 hours. Yeah, you guys are in for a treat. I have a lot to say about the story of Secret of the Mimic. I will preface this now. If you like Secret of the Mimic, if you like its story, you are going to hear me say a lot of mean things. I think they are a lot of fair things, because in my I'll give you the conclusion straight up. I think in the context of the larger FNaF story, this was dog shit. Like, genuinely probably one of the worst FNaF stories in the larger continuity. So yeah, if you like Secret of the Mimic story in that context, sorry not sorry. As a writer, I do not like this story at the very least. And in terms of like measurable quality, I would argue it's bad. It's okay to still like it. I'm not going to be upset at anybody for liking it. But it is bad. If you had to guess, how many cups of coffee do you think Soundbox has? I think he's had probably 3 or 4. This might be his like 4th or 5th, possibly. If I just had to guess. If it is just his 2nd or his 3rd, I'd be surprised, quite honestly. Actually, no. Given he was late to the stream, probably overslept a little bit, I think this is his 2nd cup. Yeah. Yeah, he said it in chat. I rethought of it like right as he sent it in chat. I thought about it again. It's like, it makes more sense for it to be his 2nd. I think if stream had been on time, it'd probably be his 3rd or 4th, probably. But given stream was not on time, 2nd makes sense. Yep. And to be clear, chat, I do have a reason to think 4th or 5th. Bro, just because I'm an addict doesn't mean I'm speedrunning a heart attack. I wasn't, to be fair, I wasn't thinking about it in the context of you overslept for stream again. I forgot about that because it's been fucking 3 hours. Yeah, so I usually only have 2 a day anyways. To be fair, I'm basing this off of the Canada trip where you had, what was it, 2 cups of that like double caffeine thing at the cafe. So yeah, I'm thinking of that where it's like you just consume an excessive amount of caffeine. Okay, but that was when I was actively fighting my circadian rhythm. I guess. But it does still I had to stretch a little bit. It does still like point to the idea of like, you know, needing an excessive amount of caffeine just to function to a degree. Like that, I feel like that's a little bit undeniable. Because I mean, I guess I come at it from the perspective of I don't really have caffeine in the morning. I have a soda once a week, and otherwise I drink water and like maybe lemonade every now and then. So it's like I'll have a soda every now and then, and like that's my caffeine intake for like a week, aside from like chocolate. But that's like much lower than having a cup or two of coffee per day. So that also definitely skews it a little bit, is that perspective of not needing caffeine to function. Caffeine makes me sleepy. That's the main thing. Anymore. Well, oh wait, well that's what being an addict is, but I'm not drinking heart palpitating amounts anymore. Yeah. Anymore. Man, that's a key word. Just feels so out of place. First time a jump with Security Breach, then a huge time fall back with Secret of the Mimic. I agree. I don't think that there was any reason for Secret of the Mimic to take place in the 70s. There's, in fact, no like legitimate reason as to why it couldn't have been what I suggested, which was a direct prequel to Security Breach. You know, I felt like you could have told the entire story just by taking place before Security Breach and not the entire fucking lineage. And in fact, it would have made a lot more sense, in fact, because, you know, the whole thing of if Edwin is developing this, yes, it places the technology a little bit further ahead, but at the same time, like, it makes a lot more sense that like after the death of their original like founder and standing up and walking around caused my gut to drop. Okay, that's fine. I'll have to feed my dog in a second anyways, and I also need to feed him again 15 minutes after that. He has a weak stomach, so I have to feed him in parts. That's why. So in like 4 minutes anyways, I'm gonna need to go feed my dog, so it's good that I'm not like mid rant. But yeah, when it comes to where Secret of the Mimic should have been placed, I feel like it makes more sense before. I stand by the fact, and in fact, I stand by my original statements more than ever that it would have been better as a Security Breach prequel, simply because Security Breach needed the setup the most. It didn't need to be a setup for the entire franchise, and furthermore, it would have made sense timeline-wise with what you already had, because, you know, for Security Breach, that's when you're seeing these mimic style endoskeletons and such, and you're having these super advanced animatronics and all of that. So seeing Secret of the Mimic would have made you need a stretch break before. I'll get it before he comes back for sure. But yeah, I feel like it makes more sense before Security Breach, not just because of the technology, but because of what it's trying to tell us about the Mimic and where Edwin fits into all of this. Because, a little bit of a spoiler, I think that creating Edwin was a massive mistake in the story. Massive mistake. Specifically because of his timeline placement. If he had been placed like after FNaF 6, like the newly founded Fazbear Entertainment under new management approached Edwin and said, "Hey, mister, your name is Edwin. Make the Mimic," kind of a deal. If it had been that kind of a deal, I feel like it would have made a little bit more sense. So, yeah, I feel like it would have made a lot more sense, because you don't have these pre-existing characters getting in the way. And and you can set up this idea of Edwin's tragedy surrounding Fazbear and all of that, and still have it not contradict what we already have. Like you didn't need to retroactively like put the mimic in the 70s is kind of my thing. In fact, it feels weird that you did that. And in fact, Mex's being Fiona, or the like mimic Fiona, Mix's being Fiona, to me, makes more sense if you place Secret of the Mimic closer to Security Breach. Because why in the fuck is the Mix's system down beneath the Pizzaplex when it was buried beneath the fucking, like, it just doesn't make any sense this way. If you had placed it prior to Security Breach, you could have set it up so that Fiona was there, and everything had been built in the sinkhole or whatever, beneath the Pizzaplex. And they had found a way to like contain M2, study it, and all of that, while telling the story of Edwin, and all that. It makes so much more sense being placed before Security Breach rather than being placed before the franchise. I gotta go feed my dog. I will be right back. By that I actually mean I'll be right back. I'm back. I had to for context, I'm having family over at the minute. So that's why I took as long as I did. Otherwise, I normally wouldn't have taken so long. But I gotta go back down in like 10 minutes anyway. I had to like. So the family that's visiting brought their dogs along, and their dogs get very, very upset when they leave. And my family is currently out to dinner, and I didn't go with them because I had promised to do this, and this was already planned, and the whole family joining got sprung on me kind of last minute. So, and I hate that I hate that I wasn't able to go, but oh good lord, I promised this, so I was gonna keep this promise, because this would have been a very short stream, probably like an hour. Not really an interesting discussion if it's like an hour long of just Soundbox talking to Cell. So yeah, I'm fiddling with the wire. Didn't seem like something I would like anyway. Yeah. So like, I genuinely want to. Does anybody else like agree with the idea that, you know, if Secret of the Mimic had been placed closer to Security Breach on the timeline, that it would have been better? Because I think that. I very much think that. Because before Soundbox streamed it, I had never seen Secret of the Mimic play, because I'm gonna be so real, chat. I did not give a fuck about this game. I honestly, nothing in this game really like grabbed me majorly. It was very clear that it was quality, but it was missing the sauce. It was missing a reason for me to give a shit, really. Is kind of the best way to put it. Which I had hoped there would be a reason to care. Because I hate, like, the worst feeling I think that a game can give me is I don't care. Like, I would rather feel like I hate this game. I fucking despise this game. This game sucks. It's terrible. And here's all the reasons it's terrible. I just feel I like the ability to feel something, you know? I think that like even the worst games, if I'm feeling something, you know, that's a positive to me. But when it comes to Secret of the Mimic, apathy. I hate feeling apathetic as well, because I like FNaF as a series, but I don't know. There's something about there's nothing about Secret of the Mimic that really grabbed me, and I wish that wasn't the case. I like, the only thing that I feel very passionate about is the story, but that's consistent with every FNaF game. I always have something to say about the story, usually quite a lot. Because I'm a writer. Like, it is a medium that I'm very well versed in, and that I have a lot of experience with. I had writing classes every single day in high school, and the system we were on, you know, technically, if you had the normal, like, what is it, 7-8 periods per day, 8 classes, you know, I would have 2 writing classes. I apologize. But yeah, I basically had the equivalent of, like, if you were a normal high schooler, you go to 2 writing classes a day, except it was half and half. I went one day and then the next. So every single day in high school, I had a writing class. where it was constant like sharing our writing feedback, writing every single day, and that sort of thing. It was it was an interesting class. It was very poetry focused, but I also have like a hyperfixation with just storytelling in general, and kind of like the mechanics of it and how it works. So yeah, if I didn't burn out in college, I was destined to become an English major. Basically, is what I'm saying. But yeah, that's why I like get so passionate about these stories and why I'm like upset by them emotionally sometimes. And why like Security Breach makes me so unbelievably sad, because like the setting is, wow, it's immaculate. It's perfect. And then they fucked everything else up. Everything else up. It saddens me greatly. And I think it stems from the fact that like Five Nights at Freddy's is a horror franchise, but its fans can't accept the idea that it could be anything else. Like it could expand beyond that. I go back to like how FNaF World was received after FNaF 4, and like I don't know. I feel like for me, FNaF World is a necessary palate cleanser in terms of tone. Immediately after how dark and ultimately how like very, I guess, nightmarish horror FNaF 4 was. Like FNaF 4 I still think is like the tightest in terms of gameplay, and like the 9 out of 10 that I give it is judging it within the context of its release to a degree. Welcome back.
Hello, chat.
I'm going to save the rant a little bit longer, just because my timer is going to run out in about 5 minutes. So I'm sorry to blue ball you, chat.
Those jalapenos, I'm feeling them a second time.
So why did you think that was a good idea again? And is it still worth it?
Yes. Dude, jalapenos are fucking delicious. I don't know.
I get that, but also like given your issues as of late with your bowels.
Okay, but like at this point, fuck it, we ball.
Fair enough, I guess. I don't necessarily agree with that, but you know.
I mean, look, listen, I'm a food junkie, okay? I'm a foodie. I
guess that is where we differ. I don't really care.
I like to eat a lot. I'm a fat ass, bro.
I'm so big and greedy. I have my big fat greedy belly and satisfaction.
Anyways, it's like I'm a foodie. I don't care. I know it's gonna fuck me up. I don't look. If I was lactose intolerant, it'd be Jover for me. All right, like there ain't no way I'm giving up cheese. I'm giving up like my dairy products,
Yogurt.
fucking yogurt. I mean, I don't really eat a lot of yogurt, but I drink a lot of milk. I got strong bones.
See, I'm down with the cheese. Don't fuck with the milk. Yogurt's good.
I eat enough cereal where it's like I don't eat a lot of cereal. But
oh, I can't fucking stand cereal.
I love cereal. I love certain cereals. All right, people call me an old man for my cereal preferences, though.
What are your cereal preferences?
All right. I love me some Cinnamon Life. All right. I love me Honey Bunches of Oats with almonds.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the one that gets people every time. I love me some Raisin Bran.
I don't know. Why do people call you an old man for that?
Because that's like old man cereal. It's like the only flavor you're getting is from the raisins.
I mean, cereal's very flavorless to begin with. So.
Yeah, it's not super flavorful. But now my thing is like, I don't know. I really like the Raisin Bran. It's like the crunchy Raisin Bran where it's got the like the Honey Bunch granola crunches or crunchies in them. That's good. What food do you not like? I do not like Brussels sprouts at all. Fucking disgusting. I
hate
feel like
anything with.
I was gonna say I feel like for you it'd be easier to list the foods you do like.
Yeah, my big thing, I hate like, I guess what you would call like a loose texture. Like the examples would be like rice, loose corn, cereal. Like, oh my god,
What was that? What was that second one?
rice.
No, the other one.
Loose corn. That's not loose though.
Is corn.
That's on the cob.
It's however the fuck it wants. It's popped. It's popped if it wants to be.
So true.
Nah, I know. Like for you, it's a texture thing, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
there are very few foods that I actually do like because I have such like I have such aversions to so many textures that it's just. Ugh.
I am not one for like I don't care much for texture a lot of times. There are some textures that'll be off-putting depending on the food. Like some foods should not be certain textures, but like for the most part, I'm fine with a lot of them. But like there's certain foods I just can't do the taste of. The
I'm here in a
vile
bark. I'm gonna go ahead and
weeds.
go feed my dog. I'll be right back.
All right. The vile weeds that are Brussels sprouts are fucking deplorable. I'm not a huge fruit person. If my Fruit Riot review wasn't like obvious of that, or it didn't make that obvious, I'm not a huge fruit person. I love Fruit Riots, but I'm not a huge like fruit person in general. I don't like strawberries at all. Strawberries are disgusting. Same with kiwis. That people are like, oh, you're just getting the sour ones. You need to get the sweet ones. It's like, I always get the sour ones. There's no such thing as a sweet strawberry. What the fuck are you talking about? They're always like nothing but sour and tart. I'll get like the reddest, most plump, juicy looking one that somebody would look at that and be like, oh my goodness, I want to take a big old bite. I take a bite out of that shit. I'm just like, oh, like strawberry flavored things where it's been doused in sugar. That's great. But I'm one of those people where a chocolate covered strawberry is a waste of good chocolate. Okay? You can have your strawberries. If you like strawberries, please take them. I understand they are a very popular fruit, and if you like them, you like them. That's great for you. I do not. I don't know what it is, and it pisses me off that I can't like them because they're in so many things, and I want to like them. I want to like all the foods. I don't like not liking foods. I'm a fucking foodie. I'm a fat ass. Give them a chance. I've given them so many chances. You know how many times I've been like, maybe this will be the time. Maybe this will finally be the time that I actually like this shit. Look, I just like eating food. I like a lot of foods. I like trying new foods. I like different things. I've had so many weird foods that I've tried and loved too. Have you guys ever had chicken heart? Have you ever actually tried a chicken's heart? Like, people say they're terrible because they're too chewy or some shit. No, dude, chicken heart, when you cook it right, is so good. I like fucking... Oh, what else is like? What are some other like really weird ones? I don't know. Like I've tried a lot of weird foods, and I'd be down to try weird foods. Like it's, you know, obviously I'm not going out of my way to eat anything disgusting, but I am not about to be like put off by something like that just because I don't know. Texture shit. I don't know. I'm down for weird foods is what I'm saying. I'm okay with chicken heart. Heart. H-E-A-R-T. Heart. You know, the thing that pumps blood through your body. That. Yeah, I've had that. Fish eyeballs, brains. I've not tried fish eyes. But if they're good, I wouldn't mind trying them.
That's the thing, is if it's edible, if it's good to eat. Now, if it's something that could fuck you up, poison, like if it's not cooked right, it could poison you outright, then I'm probably not going to try it, because that's a much higher risk. But if it's like, oh, there's no risk to it, it's got decent nutritional value and stuff, it's like, sure, I'll try it. Fuck it, let me try it. Like, if it's good, it's good. A lot of it just tastes like chicken. A lot of meat just tastes the same. But it's like, dude, like, I'm a fucking foodie. So it's like, when it comes to like strawberries and shit, like, there are times I'm like, I'll give it a shot just because I want to like this. I want to like strawberries. And then I eat it, and I take a bite, or I try it, I'm like, oh no, it's the same as always. Like, I'm just, I hate it. It's the same when I first tried kiwis, man. I can't take kiwis. Mangoes. Mangoes are such a letdown for me, because it's just carrots' weird cousin. I love the fruit riots. Like, the mango fruit riots are like, I can kill an entire bag of those in one sitting. But the fucking try them with sugar. Get some from Sam's Club. I'm not shopping at Sam's Club. Not in my area. Oof. Do you like grape Soundbox? Fruit riots, yes. Normal grapes, meh. They're okay. No, here's the thing. Like, my favorite kinds of fruits are, like, I love pears. I love pineapple. I love me some good, what's it called? Brain, please. I'm, like, blanking. Apples. Holy shit. How could I not remember one of the most common fruits ever? A good crisp apple that's got a nice bite to it. And just, ooh. Oh, that's delicious. Like, nice. I love me a good orange. Every now and then I like to snack on the lemon slices you get at a restaurant. You ever have like a lemon as a garnish? I just take the whole thing and plop it in one bite. Rind and all. Like, I'm telling you, I'm a fucking foodie. I do weird shit. And yet, I love a good banana. I love it. I usually tend to chop it up though. But like, I like banana slices. I love putting banana slices on my sandwiches and stuff. Sandwich, like a good. You get a good peanut butter sandwich with banana slices. PB&J. But like, I love a good banana. I love a good orange, a good lemon, a good apple, pears, pineapples. Like, I like fruits. Pomegranates are pretty good. But like, there's certain foods that I just can't, and I don't know why, and it makes me sad, because I want to be able to eat everything. It's so tasty. There's few things that I don't want to eat, but like, pineapple rings are very good. Oh, they're very tasty. Like, I like a lot of different foods. There are some times where the texture's off-putting, because again, the food will be, it's like, that should not be that texture. But like, oh my goodness, it's so delicious.
I'm so fat. I'm so fucking big and greedy. I'm so fat. Oh, I rub my big fat greedy belly in satisfaction.
As long as they aren't a paleo. Like, of course, when the food starts to go bad, it's like, oh, well, you can't really eat that. But like, most foods, I'm gonna be okay with eating. I'm gonna like eating, and it's just like, I don't know. Textures are not a huge thing against but it makes it to where I cannot recommend this motherfucker any food ever, because I already know like, if I recommend something, the texture is going to be off-putting. Like, some of my favorite sandwiches I know have sauces on them that I like, bro would bite into and just gag immediately. Like, it would just be the reflex. And it's unfortunate, too, because it's very tasty. And there's some things that, like, I couldn't stand as a child that I love now, and I'm happy that that's the case. And there's some things that I couldn't stand, like, a few years ago. Nowadays, I love that shit. I used to hate mayonnaise. I used to absolutely hate mayonnaise. And nowadays, it's like, I don't like all mayo, but, like, I don't like mayo on its own. But like, on a sandwich, I definitely like it now. Like, there's certain sandwich combinations. I mean, again, that ham sandwich combo, the mayo can really sells it. I got some pineapple rings in a can. They were pretty pale and sucked. Not juicy at all. That's pain. I hate eating leaves. That's what I call salad. Bruh, depends on the salad. Like,
a good Caesar salad, you get the leaves. People will be like, I hate the watery leaves. It's like there's too many watery leaves. I get that, but like the iceberg leaf, you gotta have a nice good like mix of them, because the thin leaves provide a little bit of bitterness to go with the almost tangy dressing. But then the oh my goodness, stop advertising me, your fucking shit ass AI modeling program. I am never using it. Sorry. As I was saying, like, you gotta have a nice balance between like the normal thin leaves that are like these they have a little bit of bitterness to go along with the almost tanginess of the the Caesar dressing with the crunch of the croutons and you got your Parmesan cheese, but then also the iceberg lettuce, the ones that they are a little bit watery, they add some bite, they add some crunch to it. Yes, it waters it a little bit, but I feel like if you have a lot of like the thicker chunks of lettuce, you use a little more dressing to balance it out. All it's doing is watering it down a bit. And it's like, I don't know. I like the nice chilling bite of that kind of lettuce with the salad dressing, and like in the combination with the salad. Salad is basically wet leaves for me, TBH, or maybe I just had a bad salad. I mean, it's that is kind of what it is. You dress your salad. Now, here's a question: do you salt your salad? Do you put salt on your salad? What food could you not survive without? I don't know. No. I've personally never salted my salad. I don't think I've heard much about people salting their salad, but if people salt their salad, I'm not gonna, that it is what it is. People could salt their salad if they so choose. I assault my salad, yes. I'm gonna beat the shit out of my salad! Fuck this salad! What food could I not survive without? Chocolate. Cocoa, specifically. Just cocoa in general. I cannot go without it. If there was no chocolate in this world, if all the chocolate disappeared, I would disappear with it. Strawberries and mangoes, I couldn't survive without. You can have all of my strawberries. I don't want them. No, it's fine. You take the strawberries, I'll take the chocolate. We can keep them separate. For me, pizza adds, like pizza toppings, they don't do crap. The stretchy cheese doesn't do it at all. Dude, pizza is amazing. What do you mean, that cheese pull? Oh, my goodness. Well, it depends on the cheese, too. You got to have the good pizza. Like, I've had some immaculate pizza before. But, I don't know. Sometimes the pizza is just meh. Veggies, I can't live without. Oh, they're like, veggies have their place. Oh, my goodness. I know some people that are very, like, if they're very, like, I can't do a lot of veggies, and I don't need a huge amount of veggies. Here's my thing, is veggies are best when they're paired with stuff. I don't really like, hit a bit of a snag, having to wrangle 2 other dogs while dealing with this. Ah, oof. Veggies are, like, veggies are good when it comes to the, what they're paired with. The cheese has a terrible texture. I will wait for the goddamn cheese to cool down no matter how long I have to wait. That's, I mean, understandable if you can't deal with greasy cheese that has like the hot, like the stretchy texture and stuff. But that's not, if it's a texture thing, I can understand that. It's just the fact that it's like, I like that. I like the cheese pull. I don't like overly greasy cheese. If it's just nothing but a mouthful of grease, it's terrible. But like, there's a certain point where you, like, that's why I say it depends on the kind of cheese and the kind of pizza that you get, because if it's the right kind of cheese that doesn't get overly greasy, if it's made right and it's cooked right, oh my goodness. Like, I think a great example is I go to a place called Mod Pizza, and they bake all their pizzas in an actual wood fire oven. It's basically Subway for pizzas. Right now, the one that I go to is in a good spot. It's good. It's decent quality pizza. I'm sure at some point the company will fall off in quality, such as Subway did. But like, it's basically, you go to it, you get your pizza. You go there. They ask you what size pizza you want. You can pick all your sauce, your toppings, all that shit. It's almost like a make your own pizza. Yes, wood fired pizza. I don't know how he's gonna get a job. But is a wood burning oven. And I think wood burning ovens do a lot better at like not over greasifying the pizza grease. So it's like that definitely helps. Whereas like most conventional ovens, like most ovens in your house, if you're microwaving a pizza, oh god, I think part of it is like how much moisture kind of goes into it. I find actually there's these personal pizzas. I don't know how people feel about DiGiorno. I grew up on it, so it's almost a nostalgic thing for me. So I like it. I know some people are like DiGiorno's terrible. I love DiGiorno. DiGiorno has these personal pizzas, like single serves. And the best way to make it is in an air fryer, where you microwave it for a little bit to thaw it out, and then it goes into an air fryer. For I want to say about 5-10 minutes, or not 10 minutes, about 5 minutes. And like air frying it, the way that air frying it does, air frying is basically just convection ovening, but it's like it does it. Air fryers are better at air fryers specialize in that kind of cooking, whereas like most modern ovens do. I can't remember what kind it is, but not that. But that helps keep the pizza grease level down, and so I find even like the 5 cheese pizzas, they're not greasy. It's just hot cheese. It is good. Most of the grease has been like kind of baked out almost, or has been the grease lies within the layer of sauce, and it's little enough to where it's in the sauce. It's not that bad. What do you think of the IRL pizzeria location? Like, how busy is it going to be, or how people are going to act, you know? Oh my goodness, that thing is going to go crazy. That mall is going to see more business in that day than it has in the past, like, 4 years. Actually, I can't even say that because the American Dream Mall is, like, one of the craziest malls in all of America. But it's one of those malls that's, like, that is going to see so much business. There are so many people that are going to be there day one. Like, so many big names, too. That shit's going to be, like, the red carpet going out for the fucking Grammy Awards. I swear. Like, it's going to be the red carpet for the Grammy Awards of the fucking Five Nights at Freddy's fandom. Like, day one, I about guarantee you, all the big Five Nights at Freddy's people that are, like all the people that, like, had, like, I don't know, they've been at the movie set and shit, they're probably going to be there day one. I know a lot of smaller creators are going to be there day one. I would love to be there day one. I won't be, most likely, but I would love to be. And I about guarantee you that shit's going to be busy and expensive. Like, it's going to be expensive all hell, but it's going to be busy as hell for quite some time. It's going to get to a point that shit, what's most hilarious about it is that Five Nights at Freddy's, like Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria, is actually, like, legitimately about to be the end of Showbiz Pizza and, like, Chuck E. Cheese and shit. Because Chuck E. Cheese's and shitification is just sad. And so the fact that we're about to get that feeling back with Freddy Fazbear's, that's insane. This thing that started as a twisted manipulation of Chuck E. Cheese is about to outperform all of Chuck E. Cheese. Oh my goodness. But yeah, no, I really hope that this results in I really hope that this results in Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria actually franchising out. I know, like, they're making it a permanent location, which means it is forever solidified as a real life pizzeria. It's going to be there until it actually closes down for good. It's not like a pop-up shop. It's there, and it's there to last. What if Chuck E. Cheese and FNaF collab? I don't think they would ever do that, because I think Chuck E. Cheese as a corporation is pretty much fallen off entirely. It is not nearly as good as it used to be, and everybody knows it. It's just ugh. Also, with the allegations that they had of, like, reusing pizza slices and stuff, and like Frankensteining pizza together and shit like that, like things like the sanitation issues, the fact that they, like, got rid of their animatronic attractions entirely in favor of kids, like, arcade shit. And then the fact that COVID just basically put them out of business. It into the ground. I thought it was just going to be at the mall for a few years. Oh no, in the post I will read this out word for word and everything. Hold on. Give me a sec. Let me pull up the post specifically. And then here. Let me see if I can
switch this over to Firefox. Here we go. Oh. This is their Instagram. This is the American Dream Mall Instagram post. It says here, the American Dream is bringing the virtual world of Five Nights at Freddy's to life with the debut of the world's first permanent immersive restaurant experience opening in 2027. Developed in the collaboration with Scott Games, the experience will be a functional reimagining of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, designed to immerse guests in the world of the iconic franchise. Visitors will be able to dine at Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, play arcade games, experience animatronic stage shows featuring Freddy and the Fazbear Band, visit Foxy's Pirate Cove, and step behind the curtain for immersive multiplayer survival horror experiences. Additional details, including the official opening date and ticketing information, will be announced at a later date. At the American Dream Mall at East Rutherford, New Jersey, opening in 2027. Love your mouse.
Why, thank you. I think it's amazing.
Why have I not liked this? But yeah, it's like, it's a permanent, as in, like, you know, you get these Five Nights at Freddy, or not Five Nights at Freddy, you get these, like, Digital Circus pop-up shops and shit like that, and, like, those kinds of things. They're just temporary. They're only there for a small bit. That scared me. That was a beautiful impression.
Why, thank you. I try my best.
Wow, where I have to actually, now that I'm gonna quick little side question. Addy, where did you come from? Not as in like where the fuck are you from? No, like where? How did you find my content? I'm curious now. Where? How was this? How did you discover this live stream? I want to. I'm curious of this answer, cause now it's happening more and more now, where people aren't finding me for what I, you know, am most known for, and it's like, oh man, when people find out, it's the same phenomenon that's been happening my entire life, where there's certain corners of the internet I'm part of, like I'm in, and let's see. Me, I think I just saw one of your vids on my For You page once, and I got hooked on your content. Wait, which video? The more common, the more maybe it was your first Ruin stream. Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, so let me ask you this: what is your what are your favorite Digital Circus AUs? I found you from Snoopy. Oh, we're getting to that. What was your what are some of your favorite Amazing Digital Circus AUs? Like fan stories and stuff. What's some of your personal favorites? I don't know, Lowell. Do you follow much of the fan content, or are you just a casual fan? I don't really look into that. Okay, casual fan. That's understandable. It's just I find it funny because a lot of people are here from Digital Circus content because I do impressions and stuff. I just like to watch the show with the fam. That's fair. I'm very much deep in the fandom, and so I actually voice for one of the AUs. The official the Amazing Digital Wonderland. It combines Digital Circus with Alice in Wonderland to create it's a retelling of Alice in Wonderland with the Digital Circus characters, but it's creating it's a new spin on the story. It takes a lot of aspects from both, and it's really fun. It's created by Endo Nintendo and is being produced on the channel Snoopy 7C7. And I am the technical manager for it, as well as the voice of the Mad Chatter, which is that universe's fusion of Mad Hatter and Kane. So, if you want to know more about it, you could check my channel. If you go to my channel's homepage, I guess we're pulling this up again. If you go to my channel's page here, and you scroll down past the For You, past the past live streams, videos, all that stuff, you can go down to the very bottom. Featured channels shows channels that I frequently collaborate with or directly work for. So System Lock Studios, I am the main audio manager and vocal director. You can't see it behind Mars's big ass ears. Bro, get your ears out of the fucking caption. Snoopy7C7's channel right here. I also do I've done live streams with them. I've made our covers. Like, I was the one to produce our covers of Digital Hallucination and Happy Place. That kind of stuff. So that's where most people know me from. So it's charming, if anything, and it's not anything bad. I will say that there's no jab against you for not knowing. It's perfectly fine. I just find it fun whenever somebody comes into the chat and it's like, wow, that was a really good impression, and it just instantly tells me they are not from the Wonderland content, and that's always fun to. It's honestly it makes me happy, if anything, because it shows that I'm not just being known for the fact that I do Digital Circus fan content, that people are finding my content through other means, especially if it's on a For You page. If it's getting recommended to people, that is a massive smile to my face. So yeah, welcome to the stream. Thank you for being at this channel. Yeah, that makes me very happy. Yeah. I saw that stream when you were showing the Into and music, I think, from the Amazing Digital Wonderland. Oh, the 5K special, probably. Congrats, Soundbox, you're growing. Yippee! That's what I need right now, especially because I'm about to be unemployed. Yeah. For context on that, if you didn't hear from last stream, this past Friday, I put my 2 weeks in for Lowe's. The lying in management has gotten so bad I can't deal with it anymore. Have you found a new job yet? No, I have not yet. I'm throwing applications out there, and I'm about to have to start applying for things I otherwise would not. But right now, the dream, the absolute hope, and the thing that I am praying for right now is that the mix of me pushing harder for content on this channel and putting out more music, because I'm gonna start producing more stuff if I probably, unfortunately, inevitably get a gap between this current job that I'm about to be done with next week and the following job, whatever that is that I get. I'm going to obviously be throwing applications out every which way and bugging the fuck out of companies until one of them takes me as a hire. But until then, I'm gonna crack down on content. I'm really hoping that push to crack down on content pushes this channel and just the content I do in general far enough into the limelight that I can start focusing on it way more and not need to worry about working a 9 to 5. I know that's a stretch, but the fact that my channel has been growing as is, and the changes that are coming this weekend, I'm very.
I'm going to have to interrupt. I'm sorry. My food's here, but I want to get this out because it's been interruption after interruption. So I'm going to read through this, and then I'm going to take a quick break, grab my food, and bring it upstairs and sit on mute or sit on push to talk after that while I eat. All right. I'm just gonna read through it.
Let's get to the rant. It is time, chat.
All right. So this is all about the story of Secret of the Mimic. So during the first stream, I couldn't help but sit here thinking, why the fuck was it Edwin Murray and not Henry Emily? As we've been considering Tape Man from FNaF 6 to be Henry Emily from the beginning. It kind of makes a lot more sense, at least in my mind, to have a company be run by Henry Emily and elaborate on that relationship between himself and William Afton. It felt prime for giving us a window into Henry as a character and elaborating on pre-established lore and story, filling out more of what we don't know and turning it into more of an actual story rather than fans writing the story for Scott. Especially when there was a theory at one point that Edwin's story in the books wasn't meant to be literal in any sense, but rather just a parallel to Henry's story in the games. There would have been far more intrigue if that was the case, in my opinion, especially given the outline was much the same. Genius inventor creates advanced animatronic technology and applies it for show business and babysitting his kid when he's busy. When his kid dies, because of his ineptitude and his negligence, there's a lot of strong emotions there. So the question remains, why was this game about Edwin Murray and not Henry Emily? And as it stands now, Edwin Murray is this new dude who we know nothing about at the beginning of the game and has had absolutely zero bearing on the story so far as a character. He's been forcefully inserted with makeshift explanations as to how he matters, even though his name doesn't appear in either Scott or Steelwool stories anywhere else. You go all this way back to introduce a redundant character who could have been replaced by an existing one in a way that would have improved literally every other game, like I think this was trying to do in the first place. And even as the story went on, I just felt myself asking this question more and more. The story of Edwin Murray is especially tragic, and the dialogue the character has during the film reel sequences towards the end is a showcase of just how right Steelwool is capable of getting things. It hits in just the right way, where you feel for David, this kid who had an upbringing with an absent father until he was brought to an untimely end due to his father's negligence. But at the same time, you can empathize with Edwin. He was chasing success in order to live up to his own father, and while to some extent wanting the best life he could for his family. But he lost sight of what that actually meant and lost himself in his work. Thematically speaking, being killed by his own creation in the end works as an ending for him. I don't think it's bad. My problem with it was just that the explosion set-off doesn't make sense. That likely wasn't the kind of violence that the M2 learned through Edwin's behaviors necessarily. Furthermore, the way it was executed makes M2 feel a lot more sophisticated than how it's portrayed throughout the rest of the game. It's constantly cited as being broken, needing fixing, and being a step down from the M1. The way it was portrayed was it being uncontrollable through the logs in a way that seemed like it was foreshadowing animalistic behaviors we saw exhibited in Ruin. For it to have this sophistication to sit aside and practice its fucking impressions while Edwin is lying there presumably dying out feels like inconsistent characterization, especially given the dissonance of the following chase sequence. It feels like a situation entirely invented by the writers for the sake of that one audio log, so that the mimic could sit there farming aura. In a world where a violence-taught M2 exists and acts the way it does, in both at the end of this game, chasing Arnold relentlessly in an attempt to kill him, and Ruin, it taking the time out to essentially sit around and twirl its curly mustache feels forced. That's what I meant by corny, by the way, when I was talking about it in kind of the ending stream regarding the audio tape. It doesn't feel natural with what we know. The M2 is conniving, sure. It got through its whole contrived plan to get out of the wreckage of the Pizzaplex, but it also was about to murk Cassie then and there without remorse before Roxanne intervened. It is ruthless, but it is ruthless, but it isn't about a slow, painful death unless that's just convenient for it. But it had to be the one to actively set up the explosion, which is infinitely more complicated than just ripping Edwin's throat out or something, which would have been more in character for what we see. And for those who question why I'm treating the M2 like it is a character, it is a character. It has motivations, it has wants and desires, it has goals. It is, for the sake of the narrative, a character. So it needs to be treated like one. Especially so after that audio log exchange. That's another reason why it didn't make sense to me. It changes the character of the M2 from being a mostly animalistic entity that is a merciless killer to one that wants to inflict suffering as a form of revenge. It felt like, with Ruin, they were trying to set up for the idea of an animalistic, unknowable animatronic threat, kind of similar to how the animatronics were in the first games, with ambiguous motives and no goals beyond killing. And then out of nowhere, they characterized it as something that wanted to inflict suffering upon Edwin specifically. What? On that ending as well, why is that considered the canon ending? The one where the player goes completely out of character for Arnold, who just wants to go home and sleep? Why would Arnold be trying to dig deeper when he's never characterized as wanting to do so? It just doesn't make any sense and is a clear indication of why the separation between the player and the protagonist ends up being so dissonant with both the narrative and the gameplay. So hold any thoughts. I'm going to go get my food. I'll be right back.
All right. That's something I've always wondered. Wondered about is the fucking, like, how do we know the parachute ending is canon? Because, for all we know, Arnold leaving at 4 a.m. is the canon ending, and that's how Mimic gets out of the fucking MCM. But we had to figure out the story of the, had to figure out the story of MCM. Who knows? I have thoughts on that on those takes. I will share them here soon. How you doing, Soundbox? I'm doing all right. I like the dolly part, but that's it. My stance is I like the entire game so far. Or I like the entire game for the most part. There's just specific stuff. Again, it's one of those games where you have to actually sit down and play it to enjoy it. And then if it's not your thing, it's not your thing. That's fine. I thought the dolly scene, like the dolly chase sequence, was a great watch. I think that chase sequences are great to watch, and that's where it's like, when I was watching it when I was viewing it secondhand, I found myself a lot of times skipping through videos to the points where it was like, okay, this is the thing you have to do. Skip through the gameplay stuff that you don't have to that you're not interacting with directly, so it doesn't affect you. Skip through that because it's the same loop. After you see it once, it's the same gameplay loop. Skip to the sections that are new content or different things, and then continue out, like, get the story bits out of it. Like for my streams, it's why I actually need to go back and do this for some channel maintenance stuff. I haven't done a lot of channel maintenance in a while, but I if you go back and watch my streams after the fact, a lot of them have chapters added to them. Like I go through and I purposefully add channel chapters and shit. I make sure that's like what I have. Or yeah, I add chapters and make sure it's like oh, brain please. Make sure everything's segmented in a certain way. I label stuff and I get things to where it's like it's you know, it's set up to where you could skip through things and go to specific sections, because I know people are like on rewatch, people are going to want to see specific things. And like, I'm not going to, you know, I want you to be able to easily find those things. Like, I want you to be able to enjoy my content for that content. Even if it's like you only like specific parts of it, that's fine. I'll let you, like, I'll make it to where you can get to those specific spots. I think having options and having different things to go to is always convenient, always nice. Off topic, but when I played Security Breach, I had to look up a bunch of videos because it was so hard to navigate the game. Yeah, that's something that's one of the things that I hate about Security Breach that Secret of the Mimic did a lot better, is the fact that they got a lot better at guiding the player towards the path that they need to be in.
Without using a bunch of painted arrows.
Exactly. I think the only spot that it was like appropriate, like that they just straight up used the painted arrows and it didn't feel out of place, was the basement. Because it was like, can somebody please put markers down there to show where to go? And then somebody took the time out of their day to do that. So it's like, that's where it makes sense. Whereas with Secret of the Mimic, the rest of the game, they made it to where it's like, it makes sense where things go. Or where to go, where you need to go for things to happen. Like, sometimes it can get a little confusing.
You don't get turned around and lost easily.
Yeah, like, sometimes it gets a little confusing. There were moments where it's like, wait, where do I go? But for the most part, it's like, it's a lot easier to navigate. They do a lot better at drawing your eyes towards where you're supposed to go. Like, that first section of the game, when you first get to the game, all right, you're met at the front of the MCM, and when you look around, you look to your left, there's like nothing there. There's a gate. It looks like it could be important, but then you look to your right, and there's this big yellow, like, caution tape yellow gate with a hedgehog on the front of it and a hand crank or something. Like, it's very obviously, like, it's almost out of place. It's not out of place in the sense of, like, it looks bad. It's just, like, it draws the attention of the eye, and it's like, oh, that's where I should go. Let's see. Off top. Oh wait, no, different. The moon and tiger parts are look kind of off to me. I don't know. The tiger part, again, it's like it's not nearly as bad as Security Breach, where it's like it's just painted arrows everywhere for no fucking reason, or it doesn't have any. It's either Ruin, where there's painted arrows everywhere and there's it has no rhyme or reason to be there, or it's base game Security Breach. There is no fucking direction. Good luck, buddy. It's a lot better than that. Like, again, like in a message, somebody's like, can somebody please go mark where you're supposed to go? And then somebody went down there, put the markers down there, and there's a whole, like, there's multiple things showing that, like, people are having trouble navigating down there, so they've done stuff to try to make it a little easier. But I don't know. Okay.
So any thoughts about that whole rant?
Yes, but I'm trying to regather them. So, okay. I very much agree with the fact that, like, having this be about Edwin instead of, like, Henry is infuriating, in the sense of it basically just they could almost be the same character. It wouldn't make much of a difference. You just have to change how the story plays out. But, like, having it be where Edwin, like, is the one that made all this shit. Like, it would be one thing if Edwin was an old business partner of Fazbear Entertainment that they screwed over. Like, that narrative I don't hate, because that
if Edwin was
like
Tape Man, I'd get it.
Huh? If Edwin was
Tape Man from FNaF 6, then I would get it. But he's not.
Well, I mean, like, here's my thing. Is like Edwin's existence as a business partner, as an old technician that William fucked over in the past, that I can believe, because William seems like the kind of asshole millionaire that would just throw money at projects, throw money at people, say, build this thing for me. They build the thing for him, and then he says, okay, fuck you, I made this. He's literally the definition of an AI bro. Like, has somebody else make something for him, and then claim all the fucking glory, call himself an engineer and an artist. Like, that's not how that works, buddy. And so, fucking, that narrative I can understand. Needing an entire game based off of that, iffy. Needing an entire game that retroactively changes the entire story? Absolutely not. That's where it becomes a massive issue. I think, like...
Edwin's existence heavily undermines Henry Emily's role in the entire FNaF story, personally.
Exactly. Like, that's... I don't think it could have, if it was handled differently, not done that. But it's not handled differently. It is... Like, the way that it is handled, it absolutely does. But having other technicians and other engineers capable of technological feats like this isn't out of the picture for this universe. And it's like that with the existence of Afton Robotics, it can only be assumed that he had an entire team of technicians on that level, or at least somewhere near that. So having that, it makes sense to me in that regard. But the way that they did handle it, it does completely undermine Henry's existence. It does basically spit in the face of the original story, the duo of Henry and William. Henry's basically just been tossed to the wayside. It's like he's a character that most people have, like, completely forgotten about. He's basically a Silver Rise exclusive with some cameos here and there in the games. He doesn't really have much, like, other existence, and it sucks because he's the tape guy at the end of Pizzeria Sim. And so for him to just basically be told to fuck himself, just like, the only significance he has is that his daughter is who possesses the puppet. That's the only significance he has in the series. And that's what he gets.
The fucking fact that Edwin's whole tragedy has so many parallels to Henry just makes me
Exactly.
so sad that they went all the way back to the 70s and they made this about fucking Edwin and David and didn't make it about Henry and
Henry and
Charlie.
Charlie.
Fucking,
My
I'm
thing
so
my
upset.
thing with it, I really wish that this was a standalone game. If this was a standalone series, or like it was an interpolation, like it
if
was
this
a
was
different.
part of the Into the Pit continuity, go ahead, fine.
Not even that. Like if it was just, I feel like this could have been something new Scott could have done. Where it's like, oh, it's something, it's similar to FNaF, but it's its own thing. Like it's still mascot-based stuff, but it's in a different universe and it's a different canon. It's a different setting. If it was its own contained story entirely, that would boost this up so much. And then you could have Five Nights at Freddy's-esque Easter eggs here and there. Or hell, make it the same universe, make it connected, but don't have them directly interacting. Paranormal activity happening in one specific spot in the world, it doesn't have to be the case. You can have it to where it's like, okay, well, this is the Five Nights at Freddy's stuff, the Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria, Fredbear Family Diner shit, that's happening in Utah. This shit could be happening in fucking Florida. Like, we could have it be two completely different areas, and it would still make, like, it could still follow the same sort of, like, logic and baseline stuff. Huh?
Have it set in Toledo, Ohio.
Oh my fucking god! Oh my god! It does feel like Ohio. This does feel like Ohio and some Ohioan bullshit. But like, it's one of those things where it's just like a it feels like it was too forced being like into the main series, and it just pushes Henry out of the picture almost entirely now. His significance in the story is next to none other than his daughter's the puppet. Like, it doesn't matter at this point. It really does feel like bullshit. Now, one thing I do disagree with still is the Mimic and his, mustache twirling moment in that audio call. 'Cause, like, it's still the Mimic is still acting on its basic programming there. It's still acting on instinct. It's mimicking. Its programming is hard malfunctioning at this point. That violence that it initially was exposed to, like how at least I read it as, the violence that it's initially exposed to corrupts it. It causes it to start malfunctioning and start replicating that violence. And because it's still fresh, it hasn't fully, think of it like as a computer code that's almost acts like a cancer. It slowly kind of spreads and corrupts more and more. So it starts off where it's oh, my bit rate is dying. What the fuck? Oh god, why are we dropping frames? Please stop. Hey, stop that. Wi-Fi! I swear to God! You get your ass back online? It's not even Wi-Fi, it's my Ethernet. Are we back yet? Is the bitrate good? Bitrate good? Are we good, chat? I think the stream's fine. I think we're fine.
I'm not seeing any issues.
Advertisements, fuck off. I'm trying to check my stream. Okay, we're good. K-San, stop eating my bitrate. It's not even that tasty, bruh. It's not seasoned. I don't salt my bitrate. Anyways, that threw me way the fuck off of my main point. No, I got it back. Okay, yeah, it's like, what it reads to me is the Mimic is like acting like it's always acting on that mimicking instinct. It especially M2 specifically. It's built off of the model of M1, and it is an advancement of M1, but only to a certain extent. After getting exposed to that kind of violence, it kind of corrupts the programming and changes things. So it starts off much more human, and that's where it I don't know, the explosion part of it is the biggest why specifically explosion? I don't know, but it's but the fact that
that's the crux of why the audio tape feels so wrong, because of the Mimic sets up the explosion, and that's how it gets its mustache twirling moment. It isn't a case of, Edwin having an actual accident and the mimic being uncaring towards him. It's a case of the mimic going out of its way to cause the explosion,
Well,
and then sitting over Edwin and repeating his shit back to him.
yeah,
For
which
the
is like,
for the simple fact of aura farming, and it's like,
Well, we
it's
don't-
so dumb.
we don't know if like the other thing is we don't know if the explosion was like, it's not confirmed if the explosion was caused by the mimic itself. It could have been a genuine accident that Edwin Murray caused an issue. The mimic was there. The mimic needed to repair itself, and it's just mimicking like the negligence that it's mimicking the negligence that Edwin showed. Or it could be that the mimic somehow set it up. Maybe the mimic started mimicking Edwin in the same way, tried to do its own experiment thing, and just fucked it up with Edwin around. Like, we don't know the exact situation behind that. The fact that we have to speculate so hard, similar to your standard Finance of Phrase stuff, does definitely make it like, this is one of
Then
the...
it goes back to the
blech.
smoke screen argument of like,
Exactly.
they can't
Like,
just tell us shit.
yeah,
So
that is the
audio
most...
tape represents garbage writing.
it is like the suckiest part, but that doesn't I can't say that it like completely throws the mimic out of character entirely, because again, what
here's
it
the
reads to
thing.
me is it starts off like much more human, and as time has gone on, with it just slowly devolving into senseless violence, that's exactly what it becomes. By the time we get to it, it's basically a violent animal that cannot be controlled. It started off much more sophisticated, much more human, and has down spiraled into this point. Like a lot of it is implied a lot of time has passed. At least a decent chunk of time has passed between the mimic killing Edwin and the Arnold being sent to the fucking MCM to retrieve Fazbear property.
Judging by some of the wreckage, probably at most 2 years.
But that's still enough time for the mimic to only be around like animal costumes and shit, and things that are very much more animalistic, and not being around people, not being able to be sedated, constantly murdering, that it just slowly devolves into a killing monster that doesn't actually, like, it goes from being a character to just the monster. It's
I
one of
guess
the things
that's
that
kind of fair,
I
but-
still have to disagree with, on the sense of like, yes, it's iffy writing. I like in that specific situation where it's not really giving us enough context to go off of. It's that does leave a dent, but it's not. I don't think it's as bad. I don't feel like it's out of character, and it's not it. I mean, it's kind of a mustache twirl moment, but not necessarily, and it doesn't make it like. Doesn't make the mimic's story less, I don't know, like it doesn't cause it to be any less enjoyable for me, because it just feels like the natural progression of like this is where it started, and we're dealing with the aftermath now, where it's just straight up devolved into a fucking killing machine. And yes, it could still like plot, but it's just mimicking that plotting. It's just mimicking that thing, like it's in a situation and it's mimicking stuff, and eventually it mimics something that works. Now, it doesn't even know what it's mimicking. All it knows is to mimic. That's how I read it.
That's fair enough.
But I could be wrong, and that could be like it was having a mustache-twirling revenge aura farm moment. And if that's the case, then it is like, oh, well, all right, fuck.
My thing about it is that, like, no matter how you slice it, my problem with it is that it realistically probably is just bad writing, because it's either mischaracterizing the mimic in terms of the narrative and making it inconsistent. It is mischaracterizing it, or it is mischaracterizing the mimic to the audience by conveying the idea that either it was meant to always be animalistic or it was meant to have this plotting element to it. And or option 3, it's another smokescreen. You know, they're intentionally hiding the specifics of the scenario because they just wanted to have this moment, this specific moment,
Yeah.
where the mimic, you know, repeats Edwin's lines back to him. And in my opinion, if you're doing that kind of smokescreen just so you can get a cool aura farming moment, that is bad writing, because you should not be bending over backwards and potentially undermining the greater narrative just for the sake of a character looking cool. Like, that's why I say it's corny, is because it feels forced. It feels forced.
It doesn't, for me, it's only so much. It feels, it kind of feels forced for the mimic side of things, but it also feels like a almost a tragically fitting conclusion for Edwin, in the sense of this is how he was, like, this is the culmination of him continuing to neglect his son and neglect his family over, like, in favor of his work and, like, in favor of just making more stuff and making more business and shit. Like, he got too obsessed with his work and too obsessed with what he was doing. And then when he lost Fiona, instead of, you know, spending more time with family and spending more time with the people he cared about, he delved so much further into his work, to the point where he was letting a robot mimicking his wife raise his child. And then that neglect led to that child's death. And so that constant neglect and stuff, like, his own fault, he then blames the fucking mimic for it. He blames the robot, and he goes on a fucking rampage on the motherfucker, essentially. And that neglect and that rage and that, like, inability to take self-responsibility, to look inward and realize he was the problem with that situation, culminated in all of that coming back to bite him in the ass in the very creation he made, where the thing that he was blaming for his son getting killed for his own neglect was giving him that same neglect. It is the antithesis of what he wanted. It's the culmination of all of the problems that he refused to look inward for, coming back to just and, like, be his end, whether or not it was intentionally his end, or like that's the thing that caused his end, or being the thing that didn't allow him to escape his end, because, you know, it could be something he caused that we don't know what caused that explosion exactly, but it could have been the mimic, could have been himself. Either way, like, yes, for the mimic standpoint, it's kind of just like aura farmy, but I do think it's fitting, and it could have been done better, yes, but I don't hate the
disagree.
fact that it's there.
I don't disagree that it is a fitting end for Edwin. I 100% agree that, like, being destroyed by his own creation, which only exists because of his own neglect and his own mistakes, that is a very fitting end for a character like this. There's only 2 possible fitting ends for a character like this, and it's that or Henry. You know, and how Henry handled it. So again, I think that, like, thematically speaking, it is a good end for Edwin. My problem is more the logic of how it gets to that point and how it's conveyed to the player, more than anything. You know, a lack of internal consistency with the logic of the world and the logic of the characters undermines the idea of a fitting poetic end, in my opinion. Because the characters are the heart of pretty much any story. A story does not happen without a character. Like, that's how stories exist. You need a character to tell a story. And as such, you need that character to act in a way that is believable and has a logic to it that can be parsed. And you need to also in the case of a game, you need to be able to convey that logic to the player properly. And the fact that I could take the interpretation that the mimic set up the explosion and was the one to just sit there, like the fact that that is a possible interpretation, to me is evidence of improperly writing that end, where it should have been more clear what caused the explosion in order to get to that logical end. Because as it stands now, here I am thinking, the M2 set up the explosion because that's the only way it makes sense for an explosion to get into that room, realistically speaking. Because if, Edwin had been working with something that could explode on its own, it's the question of why is he doing it in his manner, and why hasn't this already happened in some form before?
Yeah.
It's just one of those things. Is like the choice of how it's done does not maintain internal consistency with the logic of the characters in the world. That's the problem with it, and that's why it's corny. Had it been able to maintain that consistency, I probably wouldn't have this comment. But as of right now, it just feels incredibly forced.
Yeah. That's understandable. I definitely think they should just they could have just handled it better. I think.
Oh yeah, they could have made him Henry, That
the more we've talked about it, the more I've kind of come to realize that maybe that this was supposed to maybe the intention here was it was a reflection of what would have happened to Henry if things had gone wrong for him. If he because think about it this way, we've made the comparison that Edwin is pretty much just Henry, but something that's kind of occurred to me is what if that's supposed to be the point? It's almost a what if Henry hadn't taken it the direction he did and rather just fell deeper into it in a way that was just it became his end, which I mean
the problem with that angle is that we have so little in the games on Henry.
Yeah,
it's pretty much just limited to FNaF 6.
Well, the problem
would have been
the problem with that angle. The problem with that angle is that we do have that story because that was his original story in the fucking Silver Eye series.
Well,
so
strictly
the
within
point
the
of
games
this is almost null.
Strictly within the games as well, we don't have much on Henry. It's limited to FNaF 6, and that's kind of it.
FNaF 6
you
in a
can make-
moment in Pizzeria in FNaF World.
You can make some assumptions about what the story of Henry is, but you don't have a you don't have a clear picture of who Henry is, what he went through, and how he dealt with it in the moment. And that's an interesting story. Why didn't you tell us that? Because I would love to know more about Henry. He's a very important character to the story and has one of the best monologues probably in a video game. And yet, we know fuck all about Henry in the game's timeline.
We know he was. All we know is he was one of the main he was one of the co-owners of Fazbear Entertainment. And his daughter possesses the puppet, and he dies in 6. And that's it.
Yep.
So I don't know. It's. I think we kind of reached this point where Edwin feels like an attempt to parallel Henry for me, but the way that they did it basically just makes Henry's existence a moot point.
Had they made the story about Henry, I feel like it would have justified going back in time more, because then we would have learned about a pre-existing character that is integral to this story and always and has been since FNaF 6. I think it's more than time to elaborate on who Henry is, to elaborate on his relationship with William Afton, and give us a window into what happened. Scott, just fucking let them explain shit. God damn.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm kind of I'm getting to that point where my brain is starting to like glaze over. I don't know.
And like, I do want to say I'm a bit sorry for like glazing over during some of the gameplay discussions, but it's just like I can't properly convey exactly what my issues are with the game. I need to like actually hands-on play it to be able to give any sort of direction on how things should go. I can give the broad strokes of like you need to pick some mechanics that like gel well together in order to combine them in different ways to create better variety and synergy instead of picking mechanics that are fundamentally at odds with each other to a point where you have to essentially like make them entirely separate.
Yeah.
And that's not to say that Secret of the Mimics gameplay is bad. It is probably it is the best in terms of the mouse and keyboard FNaF games that Steel Wool have released. Undeniably.
Yeah.
But because of the story problems, the lore problems, the setting problems, and the inability to contextualize horror properly in a way that makes at least me feel in touch with the setting to a point where this stuff is actually scary. Because of all those problems, 5 out of 10. It is mid. The gameplay is okay, and the game functions. That is the most 5 out of 10 game I could ever come up with.
I agreed when I didn't play the game myself. Actually sitting through it, I have to bump it up because the gameplay it's not a game that's very good to watch, and I've come to realize that through playing it. I was talking about this earlier when you were AFK. But like when I would be watching other people play the game, I found myself skipping through sections. Like it's why I was talking about like why I timestamped my shit. Cuz it's like there's certain segments that you just want to skip over so you can actually get the story, or you get the certain like all the moments where I'm like watch or like trying to hide from the mimic, trying to get around the mimic, trying to like go through and build the like for instance the section where I'm trying to build the fucking spring lock suit to use it during the thing and go through the boiler and actually like go through and fix that boiler and stuff and hide from the mimic in that area and try to get up to the stage and shit. Like I'm not watching people do that. I'm skipping past that when I'm watching gameplay stuff. I'm skipping to when they get to the theater. Once we get through the puppet show, I'm skipping to when they're I'm not watching them like hide from Dolly. I'm skipping to the chase sequence. Like you're skipping to the actual like meat and potatoes of it. Because like all those sections you could consider instead of it there's the segments that are like the story, the interesting stuff, whether it's like, oh, you get the big chase sequence or you get the big boss battle section or stuff like that. And then everything else is just the segments you're waiting in between. It's like being able to skip through the wait between courses of a meal. It's just you're just kind of like on an actual watch through. It's not nearly as immersive, but just playing the game and actually experiencing it firsthand, especially in comparison to Security Breach. It's so much like they did such a better job at making immersive mechanics that like they took what they know about like certain VR aspects and incorporated them in the right ways this time, except for the VR patch. And then they were able to like take the game and like take mechanics and stuff and implement them in a way mostly that are like engaging and keep you interested, keep you entertained, and make it to where you want to go back and play through the game again. Because, like, again, even though, like, it was at first, like, oh, I gotta play through this entire game again. Ugh. Like, when I had to go through again for the secret ending, and that still was kind of sucky, at least it was fun gameplay for the most part. Like, I was actually able to do it. Because if it was something like Security Breach levels of slog, I would have said, fuck it, we're not doing that. I wouldn't have done it. But no, the gameplay is enjoyable enough that even if I have to go through the whole thing again, hell, I'm probably going to go through it all again so I can 100% it. Like, it's enjoyable enough to where I have to bump it up because of that first-hand experience, because I've actually played through it and gotten to it. I've had my fun. I've been able to, like, take it in for what it's supposed to be. This is definitely a game not made with, like, streaming in mind, not made with like, I think Sister Location is a game that was made with the with the people in mind that are watching it from behind the screen. They're not actually playing it themselves. They're just watching somebody else. They're watching a Let's Player go through it. It's a great experience watching somebody else do it. But Secret of the Mimic is not made with that intention. It was fully intended for you to sit there at your computer and play through it yourself. And
I guess
not doing that, the experience is going to be lessened. And I know that because that, again, your stance was my stance before I played the game. Now that I've actually played the game, I gotta bump it up. I had more fun with it. I enjoyed it a lot more this time around. Actually playing it, it was immersive. It was a good experience. There were some frustrating moments. There were some moments I was like, God, I don't want to do that ever again. But most of the game, it's like, I look forward to playing it every time I go to open it. And that is an amazing thing. And that has to bump it up for me. So I have to put it up at like I don't know, the lowest I would rate it is a 6.5.
For me, the thing is that I've played a lot of games. I've played games that look like they play very similar to Secret of the Mimic. And just like gameplay wise, I don't know, it just isn't it doesn't look like the type of thing that would engage me. For context, I should say that, like, there are examples of games where I watched someone play it and I was like, ooh, that looks good, and have played it and was like, this is terrible. A prime example is Pizzeria Simulator. I looked at it as like, ooh, this looks like a fun iteration on the FNaF gameplay. And then I get in there and play it and it's like, this is dog shit, actually. I hate this.
The definition of, I love Five Nights at Freddy's. No, I've never played the game. Why do you ask?
But no, I feel like for the most part, I can get a hold of, like, watching somebody play something and kind of understanding how I would enjoy it, mechanically speaking. Because, like, when I talk about gameplay, I'm talking about, like, the raw mechanics and how they relate to each other and build upon one another. And I don't see much that Secret of the Mimic is doing that is wildly interesting. That is, like, interesting enough to where if I played it, I would bump it up a significant amount. It would probably, honestly, if I had to predict it, if I played Secret of the Mimic, it'd probably either get bumped up to a 5.5 or get bumped down to a 4.5 at most. I think that I would stay relatively consistent on it. I am open to playing it one day when I get the chance to do so. I'm not going to write it off because I watched a streamer play it once. I don't like doing that with games. A lot of the time, I tend to watch streams of games that I haven't played or heard of to see if, like, ooh, I might want to play this. A fantastic example is, like, I have Pseudo Regalia. I really want to play it, and I only know of its existence because I watched a streamer play it. But, like, that's a really interesting looking 3D Metroidvania. Which, like, on that note, if anybody has played a Metroidvania, you might understand the gameplay loop of how a Metroidvania works. And you know, you take that formula, you put it in 3D, you remove the jumping, and that's modern FNaF. Like, that is just how it works. Is you go to different areas to get key items to move to other areas, while also along the way usually collecting some kind of upgrades or items. So like the core gameplay loop of a modern FNAF game is very rooted in like the same sorts of underlying mechanics that make up a Metroidvania. And trust me when I say I know when I look at that type of gameplay what I do and do not like. And Secret of the Mimic, same as Security Breach, just I don't. It looks boring as shit, to be honest with you, dog. Like they both look really boring. It's just that Secret of the Mimic is functional.
I mean, okay, I don't know. Secret of the Mimic, it was a lot more. I mean, yeah, no, it looks not very like it looks pretty bland. I just know that I wanted to play through all the like Five Nights at Freddy's games, so like it was the next on the list. And now that I've gone through it, I mean, but that's the thing is it proved me wrong. I was under that impression, and I was wrong, and I just have to. I'm
down to be proved wrong. I am down to be proven wrong at a later date. I just don't think I will be. And the reason I don't think I will be is because I have so much experience with Metroidvanias. I
mean that's fair.
Like because I've played so many games and I know kind of what I like. I can usually tell by looking at a video what I will and won't enjoy pretty well. I think, you know, there are times where games have changed my mind, where I've watched them and is like this looks like it sucks, and then I play it and it's actually all right. But rarely have I ever like full 180 the game where it's like this looks terrible, horrible, I hate it, to it's pretty all right.
I mean that's fair.
So I think that like it would move up or down maybe about half a point if I were to play it personally. That's just my prediction. I'm open-minded enough to a point where if I get the chance to play it and it does actually win me over a bit, I could see myself bumping up the rating. But as it stands, like because of the way my rating system works, like a 5 is the most that I can really give, because it's a functional game. It seems fun enough while playing it, but it lacks the meat, which to me is the context, the story, everything surrounding the game. I like games that have a good blend of really engaging gameplay and being able to like mix in story with it in a seamless way that is also enjoyable. It's why my favorite games are like Hollow Knight and Half-Life 2, and even Portal. Like those are examples of games that like their setting and their story and all of that really match the gameplay, as well as the story in itself being pretty damn good and the gameplay being really fucking engaging. Like I would put like my of those, my two 10 out of 10 games are like Portal 1, easy 10 out of 10. Easy 10 out of 10. And then Hollow Knight, also an easy 10 out of 10. You know, Half-Life 2, I'd probably give it an 8 if it were me. And then like, what was the other example that I said? I swear I said 4.
I'll be honest, I don't know. I've been listening.
I maybe only said it's possible.
Yeah,
I only said
you listed
3.
enough. My brain kind of forgot if you said 4 or 4 or not.
But either way, it's like those are 10 out of 10 games to me, where it's like the gameplay is really engaging and the story is really good and the setting really works with both the story and the gameplay really well, and I get really immersed and love everything about it. That is a 10 out of 10 game to me. A 5 out of 10 game is a game that is fine. It passes the gameplay test, but it doesn't do much more than that.
All right. That's fair.
That's my marking for a 5 out of 5. That's why I give it a 5 out of 10. Yeah. That's why I give it a 5 out of 10.
Understandable.
Yeah.
Because
to me, it's like if you get the gameplay right and the gameplay's all right and not like extremely engaging, that's the definition of perfectly mid. And 5 is midway through 10. So 5 out of 10.
That's fair. Shit. Give me a sec. I'll be right back. I gotta do something real quick.
It's all good. It's all good. I'm gonna say this to chat, and I imagine Soundbox is also maybe listening. I don't know if that's an entirely fair rating system to rate 5 out of 10 as perfectly mid. I think it's pretty fair and intuitive, but I think a lot of people take like anything less than a 6 to be a bad game inherently, which like I don't agree with as like a rating system. Like weighting everything around kind of the 10 area. Like I understand why like in a grading system in school or something, why like 50% is a fail kind of a deal. Like the reason why it is a fail is because like if you get exactly half the answers right, you know, that's not really like it's proving you're not really understanding the material. Whereas if you're getting a majority, 60% or more, you know, it counts more as like a higher grade. So as such, it's like, you know, I don't base my out of 10 system on the sort of like normal grading system. Simply because it doesn't make sense to me to weight everything towards like the 6 through 10 range. Because essentially at that point you're working on like a 4 to 5 point scale rather than a 10 scale. And especially if you start breaking it down into like 0.5s, is like at that point just go for like a 20 scale. So like it's one of those types of things, like use the scale properly. You know, 5 to me, perfectly mid. And it's like once you start getting to like a 6 or a 7 out of 10 or an 8 out of 10 or something like that, you know, that's when you're starting to get better and better and better. You know, a 6 to me is like, you know, the gameplay is good. The story is all right-ish. The way they blend isn't perfect. The setting could use some tweaking. But, you know, I might return to this game and it might win me over later. And then like 7 is when you start hitting like everything was good. I would make a few tweaks here and there, you know, with how everything relates, but overall it's good. And then you hit 8 out of 10 and 8 is like 8 is like you know, very little to comment on. Everything blends pretty well. You know, 1 or 2 issues here and there, but nothing big. I'm probably gonna come back to this quite a lot. 9 out of 10 is like you got almost everything perfect, but there's this one little thing you kind of needed to fix that you didn't get to. And then a 10 out of 10 game is a game that I would not change. I think it is as close to perfect as the way it is, and if you try to make any change to it, it would probably just get worse, you know? So, like, I should mention that, like, a game that is a 10 out of 10 is not inherently a flawless game to me. I mentioned a flaw with Hollow Knight throughout the discussion, but I would still give that game a 10 out of 10. Like, even though I personally think the Pantheon ending stuff is kind of bullshit, I wouldn't change a goddamn thing about Hollow Knight if I was given the reins, because I think it's a fucking fantastic game. I spent 300 hours in that game for a reason. I replayed it so many times. I love Hollow Knight. Chat, if you have not played Hollow Knight and you like somewhat difficult games, or I guess just difficult games in general, or Metroidvanias, if you like Metroidvanias, play Hollow Knight. And then when you're done with Hollow Knight, play Silksong, because Silksong's also really fucking good. I refrain from giving Silksong a rating until all of the DLC is out. Silksong and Hollow Knight is fun. Yeah. As soon as my thumbs are in a good spot, I'm going to like Steel Soul Silksong so I can get all of the achievements, because I have all of the achievements for Silksong except for the 2 Steel Soul achievements, and it's pissing me off because I have every Hollow Knight achievement.
Okay. Oh,
Welcome back.
thank you. I came back to Hollow Knight. What did I miss?
I was just talking about like how my rating system works.
Ah, okay.
Kind of defining like 5 is perfectly mid. 6 is, you getting there. It's a fun game. It needs a lot of work. 7 is kind of like, this is a good game. It needs some work, but it's a good game. It's a good game. And then you hit 8 and it's like, this is a really good game. It needs a couple things tuned up here and there, but I will probably be replaying this quite a lot because it's an 8 out of 10. And then you hit 9 out of 10, and it's like, this is almost perfect. You tweak 1 or 2 tiny things, and it's a perfect video game. And then 10 is like, it's technically not perfect, but I wouldn't want to change a goddamn thing about it,
That's fair.
So like that's why Portal and Hollow Knight get a 10 out of 10. I was able to give an example of something that like I don't really like in Hollow Knight regarding like the Pantheon endings, but I wouldn't change it. I think it's fine, realistically speaking. I don't like it, but like as a whole, I don't think it's really bringing the game down.
Like if it's your thing, it's your thing. Can't knock you.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Yeah. So that's why Secret of the Mimic gets a 5, is because like I like to use the full 10 points, I don't like to just weight it towards like 1, 2, and then 6 through 10.
Yeah, that's fair.
Because like, how often do you hear people call games like a 3, 4, or 5 out of 10?
I do it, but not often, because it's like it's really hard to get to that midpoint for me. Like that feels like it's like an in between where it's like it could have been something really good, but it's just like it's not even mid. It's like below mid. Usually when you get below average, it fumbles so hard. It's just terrible. It's hard for it to somehow have like just enough good to keep it from getting in that bottom area, but like
and see, 5 for me is average.
Not, like, 5 is, I don't know. C is a passing grade, and 7 out of 10 is a C. So that's usually what my standard tends to be.
I don't like that standard because of the context of it. Like in a grading system, the reason why like a 50 isn't passing is because if you're only getting half the answers right, you're clearly not understanding the material. And that's why like in a lot of grading systems, getting the majority of the questions right at a 60, 65 to 70-ish percent, depending on what counts as an F in the particular grading system. That range, that's where you start getting the majority of the answers right. And it's like, okay, you're understanding the material. So that's why I don't like weighting things towards the upper 4 to 5 numbers, is because it doesn't make sense with the context of rating a game, because it's not a case of the game understanding or not understanding the material. It's based on kind of what I'm rating the game in terms of enjoyment and what I believe to be good game design. So as such, I put 5 as a perfectly average, perfectly mid.
That's understandable. Honestly, I don't know. I don't know.
But like that's
I'm-
that's another reason why it's like I feel like a 5 is perfectly fair, is because that's my rating system.
Yeah, I'm brain fogged now, so like I'm all. We've yapped long enough. I'm all.
I'm shocked that this did not last. Seemingly, it's seemingly not going to last as long as the security breach stream did.
Well, because the security breach stream had a lot more like shitting on
it was more disorganized, and we had a bunch of like disagreements about certain things.
Oh,
I feel
I
like
know how
for the
to
most
extend
part
it by
we
another
actually
90 minutes.
agree. We agree on a lot of Secret of the Mimic. Just kind of the gameplay is kind of where we divide a little bit.
No, I know how we extend it for another 90 minutes because I'm going to do the same thing I did last time. Let's talk about the designs.
The designs,
Yeah.
fucking, what is there to say? I don't like any of them. I don't know what to say, man.
That's fair. Oh no,
all
actually,
of
bugs.
the ones that have
Bugs.
I have to look this one up.
I gotta talk about bugs now.
The bugs of the game.
Bugs of the game. So I think obviously this is not nearly as buggy as Security Breach, but oh my goodness, it has some of my favorites. Fucking the challenge of the admin wing going from a solid like, oh shit, this is kind of hard mode to, bro, I can cheese the fuck out of this because this motherfucker ain't even fast anymore. Like, it's the moment that bug happened where it's like the Mimic spawns in as one of the other Mimic types and not like in the Chica costume. That shit, like, fucking hilarious. Immersion breaker is all hell, but like, and it slowed the pacing down, unfortunately. But it did make it a lot easier to evade the motherfucker, considering that it literally could not chase me as fast as I wanted it, or as fast as it needed to. It only could chase it as fast as I wanted it to, which is as slow as it can. So it's like, beautiful bug. I think that's an amazing one. You shouldn't remove that one, Steel.
I do actually have a comment about designs that I did want to bring up. So how is it that Steel will like consistently outdoes Scott in terms of like Chica designs? Because I'm looking at my animatronic design tier list, and I'm just seeing that, like, okay, yeah, I have Glamrock Chica is the top Chica. The second Chica is Toy Chica, and then the third Chica is the Chica from this game.
Oh, Party Time.
Yeah, Party Time Chica. I love Party Time Chica. That's
great.
That's the one design where it's like, yeah, this is good. I like this. Oh, and Tiger. The Tiger. I like the Tiger.
Oh, White Tiger.
Yeah.
You mean David?
My name is David.
I like those two.
Dad, I want some ice cream. David, that is my name. David,
I like
another. David,
I like the designs. I like the designs of those two a lot.
Okay, so yeah, it's like some of the designs they did cook. I'll admit.
I'll say that like those two designs are the only ones that got above D tier. They're both B tier for me, but they're the only two designs from this game that got above D tier.
I think for me, I liked some of the designs. I like all of Edwin's like original costumes, like the hedgehog, the elephant, and the fucking like. We see where Orville came from. But like, it's nice to see the origin of all the mediocre melodies, where they came from. They're stolen from Edwin's shop. But like, and to see that Edwin is also like Fiona is the original design behind Chica for Chica's Party World. Like, that's cool, I guess. That's how, like, that is one nice thing is like, okay, well, if Chica's separate, then how did they link up as like two corporate entities? Did Fazbear Entertainment just kind of buy them out? No, it was because of a fucked contract that Edwin Murray signed. They got fucked out of their property because it became Fazbear property. So it's like,
yeah,
that was a neat little detail. It directly links them. That was cool. I do like Party Time Chica's design. That's cool. Like the disco shit with the roller skates. That's cool. I like all the little snacks and stuff, and how they recreated the googly eye cupcake with
Party Time Chica is the best design from this game. Period.
It's a pretty decent design. I don't like the I don't like some of the others. The hedgehog looks whack as fuck. It's stupid. The some of the designs kind of ruin the scare immersion. Like the fucking watching that fucking dog, the Shar-Pei dog, run towards you is hilarious. I'm just glad the mimic never went as one of those hedgehog things, because I've seen gameplay footage of it coming out as one of those hedgehogs, and it's like that's not that scary at all. The elephant is freaky because the eyes. Like, it just looks uncanny, but it's not, like, the same kind of uncanny as the original FNaF games.
Mm-hmm.
Like, a lot of the shit is, like, there's certain designs that I like. I like the fact that it can take over the unfinished costumes, because those give a bit more Uncanny Valley vibe.
Yeah.
I don't know how I feel about parachute ending mimics design, like the mismatch of prototype FNaF 1 pieces.
Yeah.
It's definitely freaky, but it's like it feels that part feels too like, oh, jingle 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 jingle, because it's taking a bunch of aspects from the other. It's basically like you guys remember the salvage theory, right? Remember salvage, like the combination of all the jingle jingle jingle.
Oh
jingle.
yeah, I
Like,
remember.
Like that's what that feels like, and it's like, hey, that's kind of cool. It's like it's like really glitching out on its mimicry and stuff, and like but like, I would have preferred at that point for it to either take over a specific animatronic or like, I don't know, fucking be the base endoskeleton. I mean, it's not like entirely bad. It definitely adds to the like, oh, it's mimicking and it's failing to mimic and it's being all, but then it just. When you get to Edwin's room and you have to get away from the mimic, or you have to like escape the mimic, like through the like shutting the door on it to make sure it doesn't get to you, and going through secret passages and stuff, and then you're running from it. And like it's a whole chase sequence back to the costume manor. Everything's on fire now and shit. Like that shit. It just is now. It's a bare endoskeleton. Why did it change to a bare endoskeleton right there? Why couldn't it have been a bare endoskeleton this whole time? Why did it have to like be in this like decimated state? Like, it can kind of add to the creep factor, and it definitely was like, oh shit, it's like its final form, but it's it just
I wish I wish that like when we're talking about design, I wish I could have this tier list that I made up, because I feel like that would be an interesting discussion. Is kind of like. We should do that at some point where like we go through and make like a collaborative tier list, because it's like I know I would argue hardcore for either Puppet or Nightmare On to be top of S tier, but can you blame me? Because they're fucking great designs.
I can, because I know you're biased and horny. All right, let me stop.
Okay, but like Puppet, I'm not. So
Nightmare On though.
What's your Well, yeah, Nightmare On. But like, if I argue just for Puppet, just for Puppet to be top of S,
Puppet is a good design, but I can argue, because I don't know if Puppet's like top of S. Puppet's a good design. I don't know if it's like my favorite design.
Well, yeah, I get it not being everyone's favorite, but to me, it's like it kind of embodies FNaF better than fucking Freddy Fazbear to me. Because to me, it's like it's representative of kind of like that uncanniness that it started out with, but there's still like that human element underneath, and just like what the and then on top of that you have like the meaning of the character behind that, where it's like I if you ask me like right now who I thought of first whenever I thought of FNaF, my answer would always be the Puppet. Always. Kind of the only point where I don't feel that was ever true would have been like probably before FNaF 3. Ever since then, like, if I've thought of Five Nights at Freddy's and I've had to think of one character, it's always been the Puppet. It is the character I associate most with Five Nights at Freddy's.
I mean,
now, I will say, I could be persuaded put Mangle or Springtrap at the top of S.
I'd
Or
say-
Withered Bonnie. Withered Bonnie's fucking great.
I'd say it's one of my top S tier. Like it depends on the situation, but it's probably Springtrap. It's
I love Springtrap.
certain iterations of Springtrap, I should say. Sometimes it doesn't
I
look
like the
best.
first one. I only really like the first one.
I mean, like depending on the model being used. Like, obviously, there's going to be like Springtrap's first appearance in FNaF 3. That design is the S tier design, but it also depends on the model being used specifically. Because we all know there's like, the original, like quick, very rushed job made FNaF models that were thrown together by people and tossed into the ring, and that's what people were defaulting to for a while, like the Gmod models and shit. And there was a rushed Springtrap one that looks whack as fuck, and it's like, okay, that one is definitely not even close to S tier. And unfortunately, there are so many use cases of that model. It kind of ruins it. But
I see what you're talking about. Yeah.
Like, I think the best example that I can think of, there is a Say Maxwell remix of "I'm the Purple Guy" by Dia Games. And there's a shot where it randomly swaps to that model. It's like they animated it with that model before they found the better one. Or whoever animated that specific scene used the old model.
And they forgot to change it.
And it's jarring as fuck. And it's towards the beginning of the video. And it's like, what in the actual fuck is this? The remix is so great. The video itself, for the most part, is so great. I can't really listen to the version that Sam Maxwell put out because it's like the non-instrumental, because it's all in Russian, and it's like, oh, okay, like it's not a bad thing. It's just oh wow.
And the model, I would just mean like the official models. And,
well, I'm saying like
specifically the best version of each character, I guess.
I'd say the Scott's original FNaF 3 model is close to top S tier, but I gotta say it, Dead by Daylight cooked. Like,
yeah, I'm talking about like the design in general, not like the specific model of the design, like the core of the design.
That's fair.
So like I that's why I would put like Puppet at the top.
I know, but like it depends on if, for me, I'm saying like it depends on if the design is done right, because sometimes it's just not.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying, like, you know, in terms of like the very core elements that make up the design, if it, you know, let's assume that it's a version that's done right.
Well, you
where
know what
would
they say
you put
about
the
assuming.
design? Let's just you know, operate under the rule that we're imagining this. This is why you're a fucking ass. I'm kidding.
Oh no, I am.
But yeah, like just operate under that idea of like, you know, we're ranking this based on the best possible version that you can find of the model.
Oh yeah, then for me, Springtrap is probably like S. I honestly, okay, I'm that person. OG Freddy, man. That like
I would rank Withered Freddy above OG Freddy, to be honest with you.
I mean, that I can see that, but I'm just saying, like, I have to give it to Freddy, not specifically just because of the design, but because, like, he's the, like, you said, oh, whenever somebody thinks of Five Nights at Freddy's, the first face I think of is, you know, Puppet. I don't know, call me crazy, but the first face I think of is, you know, the namesake of the game, Freddy Fazbear himself. Like, I like whether it's.
I guess it's because I got into FNaF kind of like after kind of after FNaF 3. Like I don't think FNaF 4 had released yet.
Yeah, no, I was.
And then everybody was like going insane when it released like in the summer and didn't release in October like it was originally planned to.
I got into Five Nights at Freddy's right like the moment before 2 started getting teased. So it's like my experience was with Five Nights at Freddy's like the OG. Like I'm not a day one person, but I'm like game one person.
Yeah.
So it's like
that's fair.
I think that I was actually going to bring that up. I think part of it is just timing of when we each got, like, when each of us got into the game.
Part of it, I think, also focuses on like, you know, what we end up like focusing on most in these games. And for me, it's like I've always been super interested in the idea of the story that Scott Cawthon was trying to present. And to me, it's like, in terms of like story characters, the Puppet 100% is and always has been my favorite. I love the puppet / Charlotte because, and I was so upset at the FNaF 2 movie because of how they treated her. Like it actually distressed me so much. I did not.
That
like
was
it.
some bullshit. That's like that movie is the definition of a like fucking. I love. That's
I love Five Nights at Freddy's. Never watched the movies though.
I love the movies. Have you seen? I love the movies. Did you see the full thing? No. Like it's it's the definition of that is an amazing Five Nights at Freddy's piece. It is an egregious piece of storytelling. It is like
it's
the
not
first
even.
movie,
I wouldn't even argue it's a great Five Nights at Freddy's piece.
Well, like
I would argue parts of it are great.
The first movie was like one of those ones where it's like it's an amazing Five Nights at Freddy's movie. It is a terrible horror movie. This one is it is an amazing piece of Five Nights at Freddy's media, but as a movie in general, it's dog shit.
Yeah.
Like it's literally the old man, like the Smiling Friends reference, the fucking like. So, tell me the truth. I failed, didn't I?
You aced it.
What?
Yeah, that shit was really funny. Like, you made me laugh. That was a great time.
Oh, so my building is perfectly safe and it's great and normal?
Oh no, you failed miserably. That was terrible. There's nothing good about it. But that ho had me laughing. That was funny shit.
Like literally, it's just like the thing where like it's like good media in the sense of like, oh look, jingle keys.
Yeah,
oh, it's great.
yeah.
Terrible movie.
It's my favorite set of jingling keys, to be honest.
Yup, is one of my favorite key jingles. I love how it I love how it like jingles.
Oh my god. So like they fucked up the character of the puppet, but the actual like puppet that they made and the scene of the puppet holding Charlotte's dead body, fucking peak, dude.
Bruh, like one of the biggest sins is the fact they didn't use that more. Yep. And then the fucking
like what little we see of it, except for like it bursting out of Toy Chica's chest, everything else we see of the actual puppet, fucking cinema. It's perfect.
Bro, that shit
everything
was so
surrounding the puppet,
whack.
however.
This shit was ass, bro.
Oh, and
God.
the fucking the sequence, as absurd as it is, the sequence of Mangle on the car is also fucking peak. It is absurd as hell, but I love it.
Oh
I
yeah,
love
that's
it
great.
So much.
I love it when Toy Bonnie turned to Toy Chica and said, "Don't tell me what to do, bitch." That was like my favorite.
The fact that like Matt Pat voiced Toy Bonnie is insane.
I think my favorite change, this is one good change. It's Toy Freddy's voice. That was a necessary change.
They
don't
turned him away
think-
from the fucking chud that he was.
I don't think it was a good idea to just make it glam rock Freddy, but it was.
Yeah.
Excuse me. It was definitely a much better option than
It
what
was
we
better
had
than his
originally.
chud misogyny
It's
gamer
not
voice.
my fault. I got these big fat plastic fingers and can't push the buttons.
Like I say,
Versus
chud misogyny gamer voice.
exactly. Versus
I can't right now. I have to go murder a bunch of adults.
it's like okay, it's better, but
Probably
fucking-
like an in between there would be
Freddy,
good.
what are you doing out of your room? You're supposed to be on lockdown.
Freddy, what are you doing? Go kill yourself.
It's just fucking
Stupid bitch.
You're the best. Thank you. I'm the best.
Don't mind her. She has green hair and pronouns.
Perfect.
Yeah, it's fucking stupid.
Green hair and pronouns.
I think that's a great way to end this fucking stream.
Uh,
Not the pronouns.
We need
Oh,
to
my
discuss the idea
goodness.
of a design tier list stream at some
We
point.
should.
For sure.
I feel like instead of a stream, just making a video. Side note, you should invest some time into doing essay videos. Video essays. I feel like you look, with you being a writer and you're a fan of a fan of media and the way that you are, I feel like you definitely could put some very like the kind of long form content that people want to listen to and listen to while they're at work or some shit.
Yeah, my problem with it, and the reason why I haven't, is like I'm actually kind of working on some. It's just that the ideas that I have are like very research heavy, and they take a long time.
Oh yeah, no, this is the kind of stuff
I'm-
that takes a long time, but
I'm working on. I'll give this preview. I've been working on a tier list video for a specific franchise, and I've needed to basically 100% every single game in the franchise in order to have the proper footage for everything.
oh jeez.
And I have stalled on that because of like I played a bunch of them in a row, but then I kind of like fell out of it because I had to start working and a bunch of other excuses.
Yeah.
But yeah, I have a bunch of footage. I have video concepts. The problem for right now is just the time to sit down and put it all together. So I have 100% footage for 8 games currently, and I have at least 8 more to play.
All right.
So, yeah.
Well,
Actually, no,
that's-
I have 9 more to play. Fuck.
Oh jeez. I've
'Cause I
thought about
remember
doing
another one
I
came
don't
out.
know if I want to do video essays, but I would. I need better artwork for this because I could go with something. But
Oh
I don't
yeah,
know if
another
it would
problem
fit
is that I want to do it in like the animated story time format a
That's
little
what
bit.
I'm thinking. Like, okay,
but
so are you thinking
my arm is fucked right now. I can't draw.
No, I'm just. I mean, I don't do my own art. I have other people do it for me, so I'd have to. I mean, I could do it in the sense of like the thing that I was. Like what you could do is like kind of like how you have your current model, where when you're able to draw, you just draw a couple of variations and then do it like that, sort of like Manaxa or Pastra or
Yeah, well that
oh
was
yeah,
the
or any of
plan.
those.
That
Yeah.
was kind of the plan for a little bit. But like the thing about it is that I have so many other projects that need to take precedence over starting over
Yeah.
working on that, and when I can only work at most like 30 minutes every 2 days,
need
I'm
to-
at a crawling pace still as I
I need
try
to
to get
learn how
back
to-
into it.
I need to learn how to get decent again at decent at digital sketches, because I'm good with like pencil and paper, but I'm terrible on digital, and I need to learn how, because I want to do storytime content, like that, because trust me, I have plenty of
Yeah.
stuff to work with. Especially just for like short 5-minute videos and stuff like that, but like doing storytime shit in almost a similar fashion as like Swoozy or Odd Ones Out or Jaden Animations and stuff, but it's like it's going to be much more storyboard-esque than anything else, where it's
Yeah.
very rough animatics and not like actual animations, anything close to that. But I want to do stuff like that because I have some pretty entertaining stories, but it's like I don't know.
My idea
I
is
need to
essentially
draw.
like, if anyone knows these things, Aaron Hansen of Game Grumps Ego Raptor once did like a little series called like Sequelitis. I want to take that visual style and combine it with like Jan Misali style topics, or like the type of stuff you'd see on the old Brian David Gilbert show Unraveled from Polygon. Topics like that, and then give it kind of the editing style of like, I know more than I know he's not the only one who does it, but like the Bones 5, I guess, is kind of the immediate one that comes to mind because I've been watching his videos a lot. The Bones 5, who does like a lot of long form challenge, deep dive stuff, technical FNaF jargon.
Oh
shit. Where's my?
Um,
You're kidding.
so like I kind of want to combine all of those elements into something. Because Sequelitis kind of does the animated story time format, but it's a little bit more involved. And that's part of why Aaron stopped doing it, is because it didn't get enough views to warrant the amount of time and effort that went into making those videos. I think he also just lost interest in them, so
That's fair.
which is a shame because I like those videos even if I don't
forgot
necessarily
to-
agree with them.
I need to announce something. I forgot. Since we're coming up, we're probably coming up on the end of the stream here. I need to pull this up. Holy shit! I can't believe it slipped my mind up until now. I haven't been advertising it. Alongside the big changes that are coming. I mean, I've talked about it some, but barely. Alongside the big changes that are coming. Bright as the Stars. It's out. It's gonna be out. It's got. Where's the link? Release link. Yes.
He's fumbling, chat.
I need to pin this. I need to put it in the chat and I need to pin it. Go to that. Pre-save that fucker. Pre-save it everywhere. Bright as the Stars out on Sunday. It's here, baby. It's finally gonna be available. It's finally gonna be available. Pin message. Go. Pre-save it right now. Go. If you listen to it on whatever platform, it doesn't matter. Go. Do it. Shut the fuck up, K-Sans. Go pre-save it. Do it. It's Bright as the Stars, baby. The video is out on Sunday. It's going to be with the big changes. Video is going to come out a little bit before the special stream I have planned, which it's not scheduled yet because I still need to make the thumbnail for it, but I'm about to. Just let me cook. It's almost time, baby! I'm so fucking excited. All right. Anyways,
Do you plan on making an announcement in the Discord?
for Bright as the Stars, yes, I'm about to.
Yeah.
I will be here.
I'm typing it right now.
All right. Bet if you want to take care of that, the release link is there. But I mean I was about to, since that's pretty much it for this. I think we're wrapped up. I think we're wrapping up. Yeah, I guess that's just about it. So wrapping it back around to the main topic of this stream. My final verdict of Secret of the Mimic stands as is. Lowest I would give it is like a 6.5, but I'm sitting at a highest I could give it is like a 7.5. I'm gonna put it at a solid 7. I think it has passed and exceeded my expectations a little bit, so it warrants that 7. Not perfect by any means. Definitely has its flaws, and the retroactive destruction of the original game's lore definitely sucks. But as a game, an actual experience playing through it, I give it a good rating. I had fun with that. I intend to at some point come back to it and 100% it when I have time to play through the entire game again. But yeah, so that's my final rating. Do you have
Final
anything?
rating?
Yep.
My final rating of Secret of the Mimic is a 5 because it is perfectly mid-game. It is playable. It's, you can get some enjoyment out of it if it's your type of thing. But I think it fails to balance a lot of what is necessary to push it much further. And in fact, the retroactive destruction of what came previous is, to me, evident of a lack of vision for the series moving forward. My worry going into it was that they had no direction. They didn't know what they were doing. It hasn't really assuaged any of my fears. I got exactly what I expected out of this experience. So
I feel like
5 out of 10.
they have a direction. It's just not going to sit well with the people who have been here since the beginning.
They have a direction. It's just not a good one.
Yeah, pretty much. But I'm hopeful for it. But yeah,
I'm
anyways,
optimistic, anyways.
I guess that's gonna be it. That's gonna wrap it up for the stream. Yeah. I feel like I had something else.
Pre-save Bright as the Stars on your preferred streaming service right
Do it.
now.
Do it right the fuck now. It's about to be out. I'm so happy. It's been too long. Oh, Absolute. I will be releasing that as soon as possible. I've currently got somebody about to be working on the art. I just need to prepay them for it, and then we're good. So that should be out hopefully soon. Maybe if it does well enough on release, it might get an official video, like a full video, not just a lyric video.
Perhaps.
Yeah,
Possibly.
mayhaps. But yeah.
So go listen to it.
So
it comes out.
go when it drops, when Absolute drops, listen to it. I have other nerdcore stuff that I plan on working on, and I will be bringing back my Singing Monsters content here soon. I need videos to upload.
And the crowd goes mild.
Yeah, pretty much. But hey, I love the game,
You
and
enjoy
I like
it.
an excuse to make fun, goofy songs. I need to figure out a theme for that one island I showed off during my 5K special. I still don't have a theme yet. Anyways, that's gonna be it. Thank you guys so much for watching. Sellout time! If you liked this stream, make sure to leave a like on it. And if you want to see more of this kind of stuff or just want to see more content from me in general, make sure to hit the subscribe button so that you can see, all the stuff that I have. If you want to know exactly when I post...
If you dislike this stream, press the dislike button twice to really stick it to him.
Oh, yeah. Make sure you press it exactly 58 times. Really show me how much you dislike it. You need to prove how much you dislike it. Yeah, subscribe if you want to see more. If you want to know exactly when I go live and post things and etc., make sure to hit the notification bell. If you want to see more from me in general, follow my social media down in the link tree below. If it is not connected to the link tree, it is not me. On top of that, if you want to join my Discord server, it is in that link tree as well. That's where you can join up, talk to me, talk to fellow fans of the content. Yeah, I'm not super active in there, but I'm active in there enough. And if you have questions for me, then go ahead and do that. If you want to share artwork that you make of my Sona and stuff there, that's the place to do it, especially upcoming here soon. Hint, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. So make sure you're part of that if you want to be part of this channel's history. Thank you guys so much for watching. Remember, don't die, because dying is unhealthy and causes death. And I will see you all in the next one. Bye!